It was an era defined by endless war. Armies marched across the land under darkened skies, banners fluttering in the wind as they prepared for another slaughter. A place where laws and truths were dictated only by the strong. The battlefield was a mess of steel and blood, showing no mercy to those without power. This was the Murim territory. A lone foot steps onto the blood-soaked earth, unfazed by the carnage surrounding it. Amidst the fire and ruins, a man stood at the very peak of martial power. He was the one who would eventually bring the entire world to its knees. That man's name was Assura, the Fist King. He stood shirtless with his eyes fixed on the horizon, his body a map of scars from 1,000 battles. An old general on a white horse looked down at him, calling him insane. He questioned why Assura had come all this way just to throw his life away. The general scoffed, telling him that no matter how great he was, one man couldn't stop an army of 100,000 alone. He demanded to know what Assura was plotting. Assura didn't even flinch. He just looked back over his shoulder, repeating the words 100,000 as if they were a joke. He turned his head slightly, his eyes glowing with a faint, dangerous light. He asked what such pathetic numbers were supposed to have to do with someone like him. He told the general that they'd never defeat him as long as they lived. He saw their reliance on numbers as a disgusting game that only the weak played. The general's face contorted with rage as he shouted that Assura had no sense of shame. He couldn't stand the man's boundless arrogance for another second. "Off with his head," the general roared. On his command, a wave of soldiers charged forward, their blades gleaming in the setting sun. Assura didn't move an inch as the army closed in. Even though he was completely alone and didn't have a single weapon, he didn't look worried. His martial prowess was on another level entirely. A terrifying aura began to swirl around him, far more lethal than any sword or spear. He was powerful enough to destroy everything in his path. With a single strike, he sent shockwaves through the air that tore the charging soldiers apart. The earth itself groaned and shattered under the pressure of his fist. Before the might of the man hailed as the strongest, the massive army was nothing more than dust. Even the masters who once ruled the era fell one by one. The battlefield became a graveyard for the legends of the past, leaving only one man standing. Finally, a new era began under the name of the Kingdom of Assura. Lightning cracked across the sky over his fortress, marking the start of his absolute rule. He succeeded in unifying the world under the heavens. Assura stood atop a mountain of skulls, a king who had achieved what everyone thought was impossible. We see Muon, the capital city of the Assura kingdom. It sat peaceful and quiet under the full moon, a symbol of the order he had imposed through force. High above a hidden valley, the moonlight illuminated the jagged cliffs. It was a serene sight, but something was brewing in the depths of the caverns below. Deep inside the cave, a group of followers knelt in the shadows. One of them spoke up, offering their congratulations to the lord of the land. Manhwa, the woman with the long silver hair, sat near him in her elegant robes. She remarked that since he had unified the central plains, there was nothing left to fear. Assura wasn't in the mood for small talk and told her to get to the point. He wanted to know why she had summoned him to such a strange and desolate place. She looked at him with a soft smile, praising him as the only king in history to unify the world through sheer martial force alone. She continued her praise, saying that even the title of Martial God wouldn't be enough to describe his greatness. Because of his great prestige, she claimed she wanted to offer him a secret manual. They stood before a ritual site where a red light pulsed from a strange artifact. Manhwa insisted that he was the only one capable of handling the immense power within the manual. Below them, a pool of red liquid sat ready. Assura reached out his hand, asking about this secret manual. He didn't suspect a thing from the person he trusted most. The moment his fingers brushed the energy, a violent reaction occurred. Red light exploded outward, splashing like blood against the stone floor. A single drop of the liquid fell into the center of a basin held by heavy chains. The surface rippled as if a heavy stone had been tossed in. In an instant, a flurry of chains shot up from the basin like striking snakes. They moved with unnatural speed, glowing with a sinister red light. The chains wrapped themselves tightly around Assura's body. They locked onto his limbs and torso, pinning him in place before he could even react. Assura's eyes widened as the realization hit him. The shock of the betrayal was written all over his face as he looked at the woman he loved. He tried to flex his muscles to break free, but the chains held firm. He let out a grunt of effort, his bare chest straining against the magical restraints. Mayawal stood with her subordinates, her expression turning cold and ambitious. She declared that his tyranny ended today and that she would rule the Asura kingdom now. Assura stared at her, his jaw set in a hard line. He remained silent, but the look in his eyes promised a terrifying retribution if he ever got free. Mayawal didn't look away, telling him to just surrender. She claimed he was completely powerless before the infinite abyss barrier they had trapped him in. Assura growled her name, his voice thick with a murderous intent. He asked if she had really forgotten who he was and what he was capable of. He began to channel his power, a fierce energy erupting from his body that made the chains rattle. He declared himself to be the mandate of heaven and destruction itself. Seeing the barrier starting to crack under his raw power, Mayawal panicked. She screamed at her men to open the infinite abyss barrier immediately before he could break out. Assura threw a punch with everything he had left, his eyes glowing like embers. Mayawal watched in terror as his fist barreled toward her, threatening to shatter the world one last time. The red energy swirls around Assura's fist, a desperate and final display of power against the chains of the infinite abyss. Despite his immense strength, the magical restraints only tighten their grip on his body. Assura's face is a mask of pure fury as he stares down those who betrayed him. The red light reflects in his wide eyes, catching the splashes of blood across his skin. He is dragged toward the center of the ritual as the portal begins to consume him. Mayawal watches from the shadows, her silver hair flowing as the cave is illuminated by the violent red glow. A final, agonizing roar echoes through the cavern as the Fist King is pulled into the void. The red chains snap taut, anchoring him to a fate he never saw coming. A massive pillar of red energy erupts from the ritual site, tearing through the ceiling of the cave. The sheer force of the magic sends dust and debris flying everywhere as the portal seals. In the aftermath, the cave falls into a heavy silence. Mayawal's reflection is caught in the pool of blood and magical residue on the floor, her eyes cold and calculating. The ritual site settles, leaving only the dark artifacts behind. A large group of masters and warriors stands in the background, having witnessed the fall of their king. The high-ranking members of the kingdom immediately drop to their knees in a show of submission. One of them shouts out, congratulating her on her successful coup. They formally greet Mayawal as the new queen of the Asura kingdom. She stands tall before them, looking every bit the ruler she conspired to become. Mayawal's gaze is fixed forward, devoid of any guilt for the man she just cast away. The era of the Fist King has officially ended, replaced by her cold and calculated ambition. But for Assura, this hollow end was only the beginning of something else. In the darkness, a different kind of light begins to flicker into existence. A blue holographic system window suddenly chimes in the void. It presents a simple question. You have been summoned as a player. Would you like to join? Yes/no. The window remains suspended in the air, waiting for an answer. It's an invitation to a world governed by stats and status windows, far removed from the martial path. A fist suddenly slams into the center of the prompt, shattering the digital screen into fragments. The accept button is crushed under the weight of a physical blow. Kim Yuta stands there with a look of pure irritation on his face. He's already sick of the system's constant interference in his life. Next to him, El Nova floats in the air, looking worried. Yuta scratches the back of his head, mentioning that he feels a strange and ominous energy nearby. El Nova suddenly screams a warning as a massive threat appears behind them. The ground shakes as a terrifying presence fills the chamber. A giant red beast, the Inferno Balrog, lunges toward them with its jaws wide open. Yuta draws his sword just in time to prepare for the clash. Yuta slides across the floor, dodging a massive claw swipe that leaves gouges in the stone. He keeps his eyes locked on the monster, looking for an opening. The Inferno Balrog opens its mouth again, but this time a ball of concentrated flame begins to form. The system warns that an Inferno Breath attack is being cast. Yuta braces himself as the temperature in the room skyrockets. He has exactly 2 seconds before the entire area is engulfed in magical fire. The monster unleashes a blinding beam of fire that incinerates everything it touches. A status window pops up, calculating the massive AoE damage of the attack. Yuta's special skill, Climber's Strategy, quickly analyzes the dragon's technique. The analysis rate climbs rapidly as he stands his ground amidst the flames. The skill automatically counters the fire magic, boosting Yuta's fire resistance by 150%. He grips his sword with both hands, ready to turn the tide. Yuta leaps into the air, his blade glowing with a holy golden light. He's determined to end this fight before his resistance buff wears off. The Inferno Balrog roars as Yuta descends, its glowing eyes full of malice. Above them, the name of his weapon appears, the world-over specialist Asterian's holy sword. Yuta triggers his ultimate skill, Heavenly Judgment. A gargantuan pillar of light crashes down from the ceiling, striking the Balrog with the force of a god. The system indicates that he only has a few uses of the skill left for the day. The white light is so intense that it completely masks the monster's struggle. The Balrog's body begins to disintegrate as the holy energy tears through its scales. It lets out one final, agonizing shriek before being silenced. A quest complete message appears in a vibrant orange window. Kim Yuta has officially defeated the 998th floor boss. The next objective is displayed, the final quest to reach the top of the tower and complete the conquest. Yuta stands over the monster's remains, letting out a long breath. El Nova floats over to him, asking if he's okay. Yuta looks around the decimated chamber, his mind already moving on to the next challenge. El Nova looks up, nodding that there's only one floor left to clear. She seems just as eager as Yuta to reach the end of this journey. A view of the massive tower shows it reaching high into the clouds. Yuta is determined to finish this quickly so they can finally return to their families. Yuta looks at El Nova and gives a small nod, agreeing that they've come too far to stop now. His expression is firm, though his eyes show the weight of his 3-year struggle. He reflects on the 3 years since he was first summoned to this world. Every moment since then has been spent pushing forward with the sole goal of clearing the tower. Despite being so close to the goal, Yuta can't help but feel a strange sense of unease. He wonders what exactly is waiting for them beyond the final door. El Nova notices his sudden silence and calls out his name. Yuta stays quiet for a moment, lost in his own thoughts as they stand before the final threshold. Yuta places his hand on the massive stone doors, telling himself to get a grip. He can't afford to hesitate now when he's just one step away from freedom. The doors groan as they slowly swing open, revealing a blinding white light from within. El Nova asks if he's ready, and Yuta simply tells her they should go in. Yuta tells himself that no matter what is waiting for them in the final stage, it doesn't matter. He's already made up his mind to return home. He believes that no monster can surpass his current stats after everything he's been through. He walks into the light with his head held high, ready to end the conquest once and for all. Kim Yuta stands at the entrance of the final hall, a sense of foreboding filling the air. Just as he thinks he's reached the end, a presence makes itself known. A shadowy figure stands amidst the crumbling Gothic architecture. The being that appears before Yuta's eyes is unlike any monster he has faced in the tower so far. Enveloped in flickering flames, the silhouette of a massive man emerges. His presence is suffocating, radiating a heat that has nothing to do with the environment. Assura stares back with a look of mild curiosity, his long dark hair framing a face marked by a vertical scar. He seems just as surprised to see Yuta as Yuta is to see him. Yuta is taken aback by the man's human appearance, sweat beading on his forehead as he tries to gauge his opponent's power. He wonders if this is some kind of high-level spirit. El Nova trembles behind Yuta, her eyes wide with terror as she stares at the muscular intruder. Yuta is baffled, wondering why a gorilla-like old man is standing at the top of the tower. Yuta scans the debris-strewn floor, noticing the skeletons and discarded weapons surrounding the newcomer. He quickly concludes that this man must be the final boss he was warned about. Asura pays little attention to the boy, looking around at the strange, chain-filled cathedral. He realizes that Mayawal's betrayal has landed him in an entirely different world. Yuta is startled when the monster speaks, realizing that he's dealing with a sentient, highly intelligent opponent. He tightens his grip, knowing that intelligence usually means a more dangerous fight. He draws his holy sword, the blade glowing with a faint, lethal light. Yuta reminds himself not to be fooled by the man's appearance. In this tower, anything can be a final boss. Determined to finish the conquest, Yuta lunges forward with incredible speed. He plans to end the fight before it can truly begin with a single, decisive strike. Assura barely has time to react as Yuta's blade whistles through the air. He lets out a small sound of surprise at the boy's sudden aggression. The holy blade descends, a streak of golden light aimed directly at the martial artist's head. Yuta pours all of his intent into the swing, expecting a solid hit. A flurry of strikes follows, the metal clashing against an invisible barrier of energy. Sparks fly as Yuta pushes his sword skills to their limit. Yuta leaps high into the air, bringing his sword down in a massive overhead arc. He declares that this will be the end for the mysterious man. A blinding pillar of light erupts as heavenly judgment is triggered. The skill's counter drops to 810 as the sacred energy attempts to pulverize Assura. Yuta lands several meters away, looking back over his shoulder with a confident smirk. He initially believes the fight was far too easy for a final boss. A voice cuts through the smoke, calling Yuta a brat with a tone of mild irritation. The confidence on Yuta's face begins to waver. The dust settles to reveal Assura holding the glowing blade between two fingers. He looks completely unharmed, as if he's merely catching a bothersome insect. Yuta's eyes widen in disbelief as he stares at the captured blade. He can't wrap his mind around the fact that his ultimate move was neutralized with zero effort. Yuta quickly disengages, leaping back to gain some distance. His system's climber's strategy begins to churn, desperately trying to analyze this impossible target. He continues his assault, his movements becoming a blur of desperation. The system confirms that climber's strategy is now targeting the man's perceived weaknesses. The system windows flash blue, showing a high success probability of nearly 88%. Yuta hopes that the system's logic can overcome the man's raw physical power. Assura watches the boy's frantic movements with a bored expression. To him, the system-guided attacks are predictable and lacking in true martial intent. With a simple wave of his hand, Assura tells the boy that he's seen enough. The sheer pressure of his internal energy begins to disrupt the room's atmosphere. The blue system windows turn a violent red as a critical error occurs. The calculated success probability for Yuta's strategy begins to plummet like a stone. The probability drops to a pathetic 0.43%, effectively signaling certain defeat. Yuta continues to dance around his opponent, but he's clearly hitting a wall he can't climb. Yuta grits his teeth, his breathing heavy as he realizes the system has never failed him like this before. He's faced dragons and demons, but this man is something else entirely. A monstrous dark aura erupts behind Assura, taking the shape of a multi-armed demon. Yuta is paralyzed by the sudden revelation of the man's true, terrifying identity. Assura smirks at the boy, telling him there's no need to be so frightened. The dark energy begins to recede, but the threat remains palpable. He stands tall, declaring that he has no interest in fighting those who are not worthy. Yuta looks up from the ground, his pride stinging more than any physical wound. Yuta repeats the words back to himself, the term worth fighting echoing in the large hall. He's been the top climber for years, and being dismissed so easily is a new experience. Assura crosses his arms, stating that using even a single fist against someone of Yuta's level would be a waste of his energy. He treats the holy sword as a mere toy. His eyes glow a menacing red as he leans in, asking Yuta about the true nature of this strange place. He wants answers about the world he's been dragged into. Instead of being cowed, Yuta begins to laugh, his mouth curling into a sharp, knowing grin. He realizes he's been approaching the fight all wrong. He understands now why his skills were being blocked by the system's own logic. This isn't a fight that can be won with strategies and tricks. The stage is meant to be a test of raw, unadulterated strength. The tower is demanding that he prove he belongs at the very top. Yuta rests his sword on his shoulder, chuckling at the gimmick he finally uncovered. He looks much more relaxed now that he knows what he has to do. He takes a step forward, his eyes locked on Assura. He realizes he has to prove his value to unlock the true combat mechanism of this floor. Electric sparks begin to dance around Yuta's body as he channels his power. He promises to show the old man exactly what he's capable of when he stops holding back. Golden system windows herald the activation of his unique skill, the chosen hero. For a limited time, all of his stats are pushed beyond their normal limits. Yuta explodes forward, becoming a streak of white-hot energy aimed straight for the center of the hall. He shouts for Asura to look at the maximum power the system can grant. Kim Yuta rockets through the air, lightning crackling violently around his body as he commits everything to his final charge. He believes his overwhelming stats will be enough to bridge the gap. His status window hovers in the air, displaying a perfect level 99 with every attribute maxed out at 999. The chosen hero skill pulses with blue light, reinforcing his confidence. Asura watches the glowing interface with a look of utter disdain, his eyes drifting over the rows of identical triple nines. To him, the display of maximum power is nothing more than a shallow illusion. A close-up of Asura's cold, steady eye reveals his contempt for the boy's reliance on pathetic numbers. He finds the idea that strength can be quantified so simply to be an insult to true martial arts. Asura clenches his right fist, ripples of concentrated heat and red energy distorting the air around his knuckles. He mutters about how disgusting it is to obsess over blue windows and digital power. His eyes glow with a lethal red intensity as he decides that the nature of the tower is irrelevant. All that matters now is the strike he is about to deliver. Asura moves, his speed generating a colossal shockwave that tears through the hall. He declares his intention to fix Yuta's mindset from the ground up. Yuta's expression shifts to one of pure shock as he realizes his opponent has closed the distance instantly. He struggles to bring his sword around, but he is already too late. The collision of the max-level hero and the Fist King manifests as a violent clash of red and blue energy. Asura's punch meets the system's projected strength head-on. The status window of the strongest knight captain is struck with such force that it begins to spiderweb with cracks. The digital interface cannot withstand the physical reality of the blow. A massive Asura-style banner appears in blood-red text as the fist makes contact with Yuta's defenses. The sheer kinetic energy of the impact dwarfs everything Yuta has experienced. Yuta's face contorts in a scream of agony, his eyes wide and pupils shrinking as the force of the punch transmits through his body. Sweat and spittle fly as his defenses are pulverized. The level 99 status window completely disintegrates, shards of blue light scattering like broken glass. The very foundation of Yuta's power is being physically destroyed. Urgent red error messages flood the vision field, warning that the system itself has sustained severe damage. The digital infrastructure of the tower is failing under the pressure. A blinding white light erupts from the summit of the tower, a shockwave visible for miles against the clear blue sky. The impact has physically rocked the massive structure. Across a blank white space, the words "This is literally impossible" appear in stark black letters, reflecting the absolute collapse of the tower's internal logic. Red notification boxes stack up, detailing the loss of all attribute data and the failure of every recovery protocol. The system is forced into an emergency shutdown. Asura stands amidst the swirling dust and debris, looking down at his defeated opponent. He calmly explains that true strength is something that can never be measured by mere numbers. He leans down, his red eyes glowing in the shadow of his hair as he tells Yuta that the tedious numbers game ends here. He treats the entire system as a childish distraction. Yuta lies flat on his back, staring up at the ceiling with hollow, uncomprehending eyes. Pieces of the ceiling fall around him, mirroring his shattered internal state. Yuta's status window flickers one last time, displaying Kim Yuta LV1. With a bloody nose and tears streaming down his face, he lets out a delirious laugh and apologizes for messing up. 3 years ago, Kim Yuta was pulled into this massive, mysterious tower. It was just standing there against the sky, basically begging to be climbed. He didn't start the grind alone. He had a whole crew with him at the beginning. But the higher you go in this place, the more bodies start piling up. Yuta looks down at a fallen teammate, the weight of survival hitting him hard. In the end, he was the only one who actually made it through the meat grinder. Sitting there in the dark, he asks his little spirit buddy Nova the big question. If they ever hit the top, is there even a way back home? The silence of the tower is deafening, and Yuta is starting to lose it. They've been told to just keep climbing without a single clue as to why. Nova is usually pretty bubbly, but she gets real for a second. She admits that even reaching the peak might not be the golden ticket back to their world. She tries to cheer him up by bringing up Goddess Eshua. She says everything in this dump has a purpose. The tiny spirit puts on a brave face and tries to encourage him. She tells Yuta that his 3-year journey is going to mean something eventually. Back in the present, Asura is looking at the brat like he's a piece of trash. He's done with the numbers game and decides to end it right here. The ceiling starts coming down as a massive shockwave tears through the room. Yuta can only watch as his world literally starts to crack. Totally broken, Yuta just stares blankly while his level drops all the way back to 1. He mutters an apology to his dead friends, feeling like a complete failure. He frantically tries to pull up his status window, but there's nothing but empty air. Assura just stands there like a wall, watching the kid have a total meltdown. Panic mode officially kicks in as he screams for his inventory and quest logs. For the first time in 3 years, the UI that ran his life has ghosted him. He can't even wrap his head around what's happening. He wonders if the system he relied on has actually disappeared for good. Yuta loses his mind and screams for a system reboot. He refuses to believe that someone could just break the tower's mechanics like a cheap toy. Asura looms over him, mocking him for being so obsessed with those blue windows. He calls Yuta pathetic for letting numbers define his life. The martial god makes it clear, those annoying screens are never coming back. He literally punched the UI out of existence. Terrified and shaking, Yuta huddles on the floor and begs for mercy. All that top-tier climber confidence is long gone. Asura immediately loses interest, saying he doesn't kill people who aren't even worth the effort of a fight. He's looking for a real challenge, not a coward. He crouches down and stares Yuta right in the eye. He demands to know what kind of place this really is. All Asura cares about is finding a way back to his original world. He's looking for answers, and he thinks Yuta might have them. Yuta's brain is working overtime, wondering if this monster is a player too. But power like that doesn't show up on any stat sheet. He admits he doesn't have a map home either. They're both stuck in the same boat at the top of the tower. Yuta explains the only rule he knows. You have to clear the final stage to finish the game. No shortcuts, no easy way out. Asura just tilts his head, completely lost. Terms like final stage or clear mean absolutely nothing to a guy like him. Yuta is just as confused, wondering how someone so strong can be so clueless about basic tower logic. It's like talking to someone from a different era. He starts thinking this guy stepped straight out of some ancient history book. The culture clash here is absolutely massive. Yuta takes a second to try and break it down. He wants to explain things in terms the warrior might actually understand. He smacks his hand and says that clearing basically means you have to break the entire tower. It's a simple way of putting a complex goal. Yuta keeps going, telling him he has to destroy everything from floor 1 to the very top. He thinks he's being helpful, but he's about to regret it. He tells the old man to take it slow and start with the basic quests. He's acting like an expert, totally unaware of what's coming. A terrifying grin spreads across Asura's face as the solution clicks. If the goal is to demolish the tower, he's more than happy to oblige. Yuta realizes he messed up big time when Asura starts clenching his fist. He tries to wave him off, shouting that he didn't mean it literally. Asura doesn't listen and slams his fist into the floor with the full power of his fist king style. The impact is like a nuke going off inside the room. The entire 999-floor spire doesn't just collapse, it shatters into 1,000,000 pieces. Something that stood for ages is erased in a single heartbeat. Falling through the sky, Yuta can only stare in horror as his life's work disappears. The structure is literally turning to dust around him. He screams into the wind, cursing the madman who just nuked a perfectly good tower for no reason. He's falling toward the ground with no way to stop. A giant red error message pops up in the sky. The system is officially losing its mind because an abnormal entity just broke the game world. Debris is raining down everywhere as the massive structure keeps falling apart. The tower is being reduced to nothing but rubble. Yuta is just flailing in midair, plummeting toward the ground. He's still trying to process what kind of monster he just unleashed on this world. He can't get over the fact that Asura took down the whole tower with his bare hands. It breaks every rule of the game he's lived by for years. Nova dives through the wreckage, screaming Yuta's name as they both fall into the absolute chaos below. The tower climb is officially over. Nova swoops in just in time, her small hands reaching out for Kim Yuta as they plummet through the air. He can barely believe she managed to find him in all this chaos. She grabs him by the hair, the sudden yank stopping his freefall but nearly snapping his neck in the process. It's a rough save, but Yuta isn't about to complain given the alternative. As they catch their breath among the floating debris, Nova apologizes for being late. She had to double back to grab his sword, knowing he'd be defenseless without it. The little spirit doesn't waste time on a reunion, telling Yuta they need to move immediately. She can feel something far worse than a collapsing tower starting to stir. Yuta looks around at the literal end of his world, wondering what could possibly be more terrible than this. He thinks they've already hit rock bottom. Nova just points behind them, where reality itself is starting to glitch and tear apart. If the tower falling didn't kill them, whatever is happening now definitely will. A massive system error floods the air, flashing a warning about abnormal access. It seems Assura's little stunt has broken the game world beyond repair. The system starts an emergency purge, announcing that all data from the destroyed tower is being deleted. A massive, swirling void opens up, ready to swallow everything. Yuta and Nova stare at the growing black hole in terror. It isn't just sucking in rocks, it's erasing the very code of their existence. Massive chunks of the tower are pulled into the vortex, vanishing into the purple abyss without a trace. The destruction is absolute. Yuta realizes they're in a race against a cosmic recycle bin. He shouts to Nova that if they get caught in that pull, they're not just dead, they're deleted. Another window pops up with a critical warning. The recycle bin is full. The system decides to eject any data it can't delete, turning the void into a chaotic mess. Amidst the swirling madness, Assura stands perfectly still. He looks more like a force of nature than a man as purple energy crackles around him. The martial god looks up, his expression one of mild curiosity. He sensed a presence that actually matches his own for once. He stands with his arms crossed, completely ignoring the fact that the world is ending. He mutters that he felt like he stepped on something, while Yuta and Nova watch him from a distance. Assura looks around at the ruins, sounding almost disappointed. He destroyed the tower just like the kid said, but he's still waiting for something to happen. He's standing in a massive crater of his own making, satisfied that he's followed Yuta's instructions to the letter. Yuta finds the courage to scream at the old man, telling him he took the instructions way too literally. Breaking a tower was supposed to be a metaphorical goal, not a demolition job. He lets out his frustration, yelling that he doesn't care how powerful Assura is. He can't just go around punching the world out of existence whenever he's bored. As Yuta continues his rant, the purple energy from the vortex starts to flare up behind him. He's so focused on the old man that he doesn't see the real danger approaching. A pillar of blinding light slams down from the heavens, drowning out the chaos of the ruins. The sheer power of it stops everyone in their tracks. Assura narrows his eyes, sensing a familiar but unwelcome aura. He thinks to himself that the successor has finally appeared. Yuta is frozen in place, the pressure of the newcomer's energy making it hard to even breathe. He stares at the light in shock. A woman in a flowing white dress steps out of the glow. She notes that they seem to have an uninvited guest in her domain. Assura's eyes go wide with a mix of shock and pure hatred. He recognizes that face even after all this time and space. The woman is revealed in all her cold beauty, standing with a glowing magic circle behind her. Assura snarls her name, calling her Mayawal. She looks down at him with a gaze that could freeze the sun. She asks if he's the arrogant bastard who destroyed her tower. Assura's face contorts in rage, his teeth gritted so hard they might shatter. The person who betrayed him is standing right there. He doesn't wait for a second invitation, lunging at her with everything he has. He screams at her for hiding and demands to know how she dared to do this to him. The woman doesn't even flinch, simply raising a hand with effortless grace to meet his charge. With a single gesture, she slams Assura back into the ground with enough force to crater the ruins. The man who just leveled a tower is pinned like an insect. Yuta can only stare in disbelief, his jaw practically hitting the floor. He never thought he'd see anyone manhandle the old man like that. She floats above him, her voice calm and chillingly polite as she repeats her question. She stares down at the struggling warrior, demanding a direct answer. She wants to know if he's truly the one responsible for the tower's destruction. Yuta is trembling, realizing he's caught between two monsters. He can't believe this woman suppressed Assura in an instant. A thought crosses his mind that makes his blood run cold. He wonders if this is the Goddess Eshua that Nova was talking about. Assura claws at the earth, his pride stung as much as his body. He's beginning to realize something is very different about his old enemy. He looks up at her, nodding that she isn't the Maya while he remembers. She's wielding a strange, systematic power that he doesn't understand. Despite being pinned, Assura manages to crouch and glare back. He's put two and two together and realizes she's the architect of this entire world. He demands to know if she's the one behind the disgusting numbers game. Every rule of the tower, every stat point was her doing. Assura turns his attention to Yuta and Nova, who are cowering in the background. He tells them that everything Yuta said is exactly right. Assura emphasizes his suspicion that the tower and this systematic numbers game are all the handiwork of the woman before him. Assura is fuming, his muscular form tensed as he demands to be sent back to his own world immediately. He's had enough of this game and its creator, and he isn't afraid to let her know. Eshua looks at him with a gaze that is both amused and condescending, her expression barely changing despite his outburst. She bursts out laughing, the sound echoing through the ruins of the tower. She finds Assura's demand for a return to his kingdom to be the most amusing thing she's heard in ages. Kim, Yuta, and Nova watch in silence, Nova clutching the massive sword as the goddess mocks the idea of returning home by breaking the tower. She asks who could have possibly fed them such ridiculous nonsense. Eshua stands tall amidst the wreckage, telling them they are free to smash whatever they want, towers, status windows, or anything else she has built. To her, their rebellion is nothing more than entertainment. A sphere of crackling purple energy forms in her hand as she makes a deal. If they truly manage to destroy every single thing she has created in this world, then she will send them back to where they came from. As she speaks, the system begins to glitch, restoring data from the recycle bin. Ghostly figures wreathed in dark, digital flames start to manifest in the ruins behind Yuta. Yuta stares at the emerging forms, his face pale with shock and cold sweat. He recognizes the energy signature of the system-generated entities, and it fills him with dread. The figures solidify into dummy players, twisted simulations of warriors that the system has archived. Yuta's eyes go wide as he realizes he's looking at replicas of those who died climbing the tower. Eshua's eyes glow a predatory red as she smiles, her expression turning truly sinister. She tells them that from now on, the path forward won't be as easy as they think. She gestures to the sky, where countless other towers pierce through the clouds. The one Assura destroyed was just one of many that still stand across this world. A shadowy figure with glowing eyes lunges out of the energy flare, its form a dark silhouette against the blinding light. A player strikes at Eshua with a blade of golden energy, the impact throwing up a cloud of dust and debris in the center of the ruins. She blocks the blow effortlessly with a shimmering hexagonal barrier, her eyes meeting the attackers with a cold, unflinching gaze. The attacker is revealed as a young man with spiky hair and eyes burning with a vengeful red light. Eshua looks at him with utter contempt, calling him a mere piece of trash as he strains against her shield. Eshua stands amidst the dummy players, former warriors now reduced to mindless data puppets. Their cold, blank stares are a warning that this fight won't be easy. The goddess looks down on the survivors with a chilling smile. She explains that the towers they've worked so hard to destroy are only a small part of the problem. More dummy players emerge from the shadows, their forms glitching with purple energy. They are the remnants of those who failed to reach the top. Eshua laughs, her amusement growing as she reveals the sheer scale of the task. Thousands of towers still remain, scattered across the horizon of this artificial world. One of the puppets steps forward, its face partially distorted by digital corruption. It calls out a name that makes Kim Yuta's blood run cold. The dummy player speaks with a voice that shouldn't exist anymore, begging Yuta to climb the tower with them one last time. It's a cruel mockery of a promise made years ago. Eshua's expression turns cold as she looks past Yuta. She claims that no matter what power they think they have, the balance she's created is absolute. Fueled by the sight of his corrupted friends, Yuta lunges forward with his sword. He isn't thinking about strategy anymore, he just wants to silence the monsters. The strike connects, but not where he intended. A massive flash of light erupts as his blade hits an invisible wall. Yuta stares in disbelief at the hexagonal barrier protecting the goddess. Eshua doesn't even flinch, her gaze fixed on him with pitying curiosity. "Piece of trash?" Yuta's voice trembles as he stares at the glowing, corrupted forms of his friends. The realization of what Eshua has done finally sinks in. He screams in agony, his eyes wide with horror. He watched his comrades die 3 years ago, and seeing them recycled like this is more than he can bear. Memories of his fallen friends flood back, the people who bled and died beside him in this hellish place. They weren't just data, they were his family. Yuta demands to know why they were dragged into this nightmare. He rails against the tower's lack of identity and purpose, his voice cracking from the strain. Eshua doesn't answer with words. With a simple wave of her hand, she sends a shockwave that throws Yuta back into the crumbling ruins. She walks through the debris like a queen among insects. To her, every life lost in the tower was just a necessary component for her perfect world. The goddess explains that her creation is still unstable. She needs the energy generated by the players to keep everything from falling apart. Yuta grits his teeth, his body battered but his spirit burning. Hearing his life's struggle described as a pathetic quest is the ultimate insult. Eshua stands over the broken hero, her interest finally fading. Since Yuta has no power left to offer, he's no longer of any use to her. Purple flames dance in her palm as she prepares the final blow. She bids a cold farewell to her dear player, ready to erase him from existence. Tears stream down Yuta's face as he realizes his helplessness. He curses his own weakness, unable to even defend the memory of his friends. The weight of his failure crushes him. In his mind, every death and every bit of suffering in the tower is a burden he alone must carry. He regrets the very first step he took into the tower. If he had never climbed, perhaps his friends would still be alive somewhere. His vision blurs as he wishes for the strength or wisdom to have changed their fate. He's ready for the end, his eyes closing in defeat. Just as Eshua is about to strike, a massive hand enters the frame, moving with impossible speed. The air around them practically shatters. A colossal explosion of dust and rock separates the two. Someone has intervened, and the sheer force of their arrival shakes the very foundation of the world. Eshua's eyes widen in genuine shock. For the first time, something has happened that wasn't part of her calculated plan. A heavy foot slams into the ground right next to Yuta. Assura stands there, looking down at the brat he's been stuck with. The Fist King stands tall, his massive muscles rippling with raw power. He growls at Eshua, offended that she'd try to take his prey before he's finished with him. Yuta can only stare in awe as the old man steps forward. Assura acknowledges the kid's courage, but tells him he's still far too green for this fight. With a predatory grin, Assura declares that he's the only one who will be taking the goddess's head today. He lunges forward, his fist trailing a beam of golden light. He slams Eshua into the crater, the impact sending shockwaves for miles. Assura looms over her, his shadow swallowing the goddess. He's not using the system's skills, this is pure, unadulterated martial prowess. He pins Eshua to the ground by her throat, his grip like a vice. Even in this position, she smiles, amazed that anyone can wield such power without the system's help. But she's not done yet. She presses a hand to his chest, and jagged purple energy begins to crawl up Assura's arm. Assura's eyes widen as his internal energy, his danshin, is suddenly locked down. He snarls at her, recognizing the same wicked tricks she's used before. Eshua stands up, her form flickering with digital interference. She tells Assura to go ahead and conquer the towers if he wants to reach her. Her body begins to dissolve into a swirl of purple light. She promises to be waiting at the highest point of the world, daring them to find her. As the light fades, Assura is left kneeling in the dust. The ceiling of his energy has left him physically drained, but his fighting spirit remains. For a moment, his mind drifts to a woman from his past, someone who looked and spoke exactly like the goddess he just fought. Assura stands up and looks around the ruins. He can't shake the feeling that the resemblance between the two is more than just a coincidence. He gazes up at the sky, his expression unreadable. He whispers a name to the wind, wondering why fate sent him here to find Mowal. The dummy players close in, their movements jagged and unnatural. One of the glitched warriors swings a massive blade, forcing a desperate struggle. Kim Yuta blocks the strike, his boots skidding across the dirt. He stares into the hollow eyes of the thing that used to be his friend, unable to find any trace of the person he knew. Yuta shouts the names of his fallen comrades, Jung Myung-hun and Choi Yun-seo, begging for any sign of recognition. He's met with nothing but a cold, mechanical drive to kill. Nova floats above the chaos, her voice small but clear. She warns Yuta that these aren't his friends anymore. They're just lingering echoes of memory, puppets being played by the system. The shock of the revelation leaves Yuta paralyzed. He can't bring himself to strike down the people who bled beside him, even as they press their advantage. Suddenly, a massive hand crushes the dummy, pulling Yuta back to reality. Asura steps into the fray, his brow furrowed as he demands to know why the kid is hesitating in the middle of a death match. Asura swats away a dummy player like it's a bothersome fly, the impact sending the glitched figure tumbling into the debris. He has no patience for ghosts or sentiments right now. The Fist King turns his gaze back to Yuta, his expression hard as flint. He demands to be guided to the towers immediately, refusing to waste another second on these trivial things. Yuta stammers, trying to explain that these aren't just enemies. He can't simply walk away and leave his comrades trapped in this state. Asura's eyes narrow as he looks at the horde of mindless puppets. To him, they aren't comrades. They're just vengeful spirits that have long since lost their humanity. The dummy players lurch forward, their bodies flickering with unstable data. Asura scoffs, stating that lingering over the dead won't change a single thing about their current situation. He turns his back on Yuta and the spirits, his cape billowing in the wind. If the brat is that obsessed with his past, he can stay and play with the ghosts while Asura hunts down the goddess on his own. The dummy players leap from the heights, descending on Asura like a storm. They don't realize they've just targeted the most dangerous man in the world. Asura's strike is a blur of pure violence, the force of his blow shattering the ground and the spirits caught in its wake. Even without his internal energy, his physical strength is overwhelming. He looks down at his hand, a predatory grin spreading across his face. These pests think they can block the path he walks, but they're about to learn a very painful lesson. Asura draws back his fist, the air around him beginning to distort from sheer pressure. He's in a hurry, so he decides to clear the board in one massive strike. He announces the Fist King Asura style, a technique that doesn't rely on the system's logic. His intent is clear, total destruction. This is Asura's signature strike, capable of slamming directly into the very fabric of reality and unleashing a shockwave that obliterates everything in its path. But contrary to expectations, nothing happened. Asura just stood there, his fist frozen in the void. A heavy silence filled the air, broken only by the sound of crumbling ruins. The Fist King looks at his palms, a strange expression on his face. He confirms that he still can't feel a single drop of internal energy in his body. He chuckles to himself, find the situation genuinely interesting. Even with his dantian sealed by the goddess's tricks, his muscles still know how to do their job. Asura declares that no matter what the system or the goddess does, they cannot stop him. His power doesn't come from a status window, it comes from decades of combat. The dummy players aren't staying down, their glitched forms beginning to knit back together. They have no concept of fear or defeat. The horde rushes forward again, their numbers seemingly endless. They surround Asura, closing in for the kill. Asura lets out a roar of delight, reveling in the chaos. He welcomes the challenge, eager to warm up for the first time in a long while. He tears through the ranks of the glitched warriors, his movements a symphony of destruction. He isn't just fighting, he's asserting his dominance over the system itself. More and more spirits are sent flying by the force of his blows. The ground is littered with the digital remains of the dummy players. Kim Yuta watches from the sidelines, his eyes wide with disbelief. He's never seen anything like this, a man fighting an army of ghosts with nothing but his bare hands. The reality of the situation hits Yuta hard. Despite Asura's incredible martial prowess, the dummy players just keep coming back. They are an endless tide. Yuta realizes that even a monster like Asura might eventually get exhausted if the fight doesn't end soon. The spirits are playing a game of attrition. He looks at his hands, his knuckles white as he grips his sword. He knows he can't just stand there and watch anymore. He has to do something to help. Yuta's resolve hardens, his sword beginning to crackle with a faint, golden light. He prepares to throw himself back into the fire. Nova screams for Yuta to calm down. She knows the toll that the holy sword takes on a body that no longer has the stats to support it. She warns him that without his previous power, the sword will consume him. Using it now isn't just dangerous, it's a suicide mission. Yuta hears her, but his gaze remains fixed on the monsters ahead. He knows the risks, but he also knows that if he does nothing, he'll lose everything again. The dummy players scream his name, their voices a distorted cacophony of his past. It's a taunt that cuts deeper than any blade. With a roar of defiance, Yuta plunges his sword into one of the puppets. The impact is violent, a clash of holy light and corrupted data. His eyes glow with a fierce, orange light as he pours everything into the strike. He won't let his dead comrades be used as pawns in this woman's twisted game. Yuta vows to find the goddess who did this to him and his friends. No matter the cost or the distance, he's coming for her head. Assura continues to smash through the horde, his power undiminished. He hears Yuta's shout and can't help but be impressed by the brat's sudden surge of spirit. Yuta shouts at Assura to keep pulling the enemy's aggro. He's starting to think like a player again, using the only tools he has left. Assura is momentarily baffled by the term aggro, but he doesn't stop his assault. He decides to trust the kid's lead for now, even if his words make no sense. Assura strikes down a dummy player with a powerful blow, his expression hardening. He doesn't take kindly to being given orders by someone he considers a mere brat. Yuta moves with a blur of speed, seeing his opening. With the mindless warriors fixated on Assura, he has the perfect chance to end the battle. Yuta leaps high into the air, his sword crackling with divine energy. He prepares to strike at the center of the gathered horde, the air whistling around him. The glitched remnants of his former allies can only stare upward as the holy light begins to intensify. Their forms flicker and distort under the sudden, overwhelming pressure. Tears well in Yuta's eyes as he grits his teeth against the sorrow of what he must do. He whispers a final apology to his friends, knowing this is the only way to truly set them free. With a desperate roar, he swings his glowing blade downward. He vows to carry their shared vengeance to its conclusion, no matter the price he has to pay. A massive, intricate magic circle forms in the sky as the Asterian's holy sword reaches its peak power. The divine resonance shakes the very foundations of the ruins. The heavenly judgment descends in a blinding pillar of golden light, shattering the earth. The corrupted spirits are vaporized instantly, their data-like remains scattered to the winds. A colossal dome of holy energy erupts from the impact site, illuminating the desolate valley. The last traces of the dummy players are purged from existence. Assura stands firm amidst the swirling dust, arms crossed as he watches the aftermath of the explosion. He scoffs at the brat's insolence, yet he can't deny the raw power he just witnessed. Yuta collapses to the ground, his strength completely spent after the massive drain on his body. Assura looms over him, begrudgingly admitting that the boy proved himself useful after all. Gasping for air, Yuta looks up at the towering warrior. He struggles to get the words out, his vision beginning to swim as exhaustion takes hold. With a final surge of defiance, Yuta declares that he will be the one to kill the goddess responsible for their plight. He stares at Assura with a dark, unyielding conviction before his eyes begin to close. As Yuta's body slumps forward, Assura reaches down and catches him with ease. He looks at the unconscious boy, a mixture of disbelief and amusement on his face. The Fist King erupts into a booming laugh that rings across the battlefield. He finds it hilarious that a dust-sized brat would dare to claim his kill right to his face. Looking down at the drained boy, Assura decides to reward his sheer audacity. He won't kill him just yet. Instead, he'll see if the brat can actually back up his bold words. Assura lifts Yuta and carries him effortlessly as he begins to walk away from the destruction. He tells the unconscious boy that if he ever becomes stronger, he'll give him that chance to kill her. Smoke continues to rise from the valley as they depart, leaving the scarred landscape behind. The promise of future conflict hangs heavy in the air. High on a nearby cliff, a heavy boot made of hide and fur steps onto a jagged rock. Someone has been watching the entire spectacle from the shadows. A mysterious figure clad in a deer skull mask and thick furs stands overlooking the ruins. He carries a massive, crude axe, his presence as still and ominous as the mountain itself. A sinister pink light ignites within the hollow eye socket of the skull mask. The silent watcher has locked onto his target, and the hunt is about to begin. The scene shifts to a serene valley tucked away between massive, jagged mountain peaks. Clouds drift lazily across the sky, casting shadows over the high cliffs and lush greenery below. Assura sits perfectly still beneath the weight of a crashing waterfall. Despite the massive pressure of the water slamming down on his shoulders, his muscular frame remains as steady as the rocks beneath him. A single droplet of water hangs from his brow as he remains locked in deep meditation. Suddenly, his eye snaps open, sharp and intense as he focuses his attention forward. The Fist King lunges forward with an explosive burst of power, throwing a punch that shatters the very air. The impact sends a massive shockwave through the base of the waterfall, blowing the water backward in a violent spray. The warrior stands in the middle of the mist, looking down at his fist with a neutral expression. He realizes that even after all this, he still can't feel even a flicker of his internal energy. A wide, confident smirk spreads across Assura's face as he clenches his hand. He finds it amusing and bold that the woman actually managed to seal his dantian so effectively. He turns his head, glancing back at the figure lying on the ground behind him. Since he's stuck without his energy for now, he decides he has no choice but to change his approach. The master looms over Kim Yuta, shouting at him to get up and stop lying around. The boy groans in pain, clearly exhausted from the ordeal he's been put through. Dust and rocks kick up as the old man turns away, his presence alone causing the ground to crack. He isn't interested in waiting for someone who can't even stand on their own 2 feet. Yuta scrambles into a crouching position, gripping his sword as he glares at the man's back. He's reached his limit, calling the warrior a muscle-bound gorilla for finally showing his true, ruthless colors. Assura stops and looks back with a cold, piercing stare that silences the boy instantly. He asks if his student has finally come to his senses, or if he's actually looking for a quick way to die. The Fist King makes it clear that he doesn't have time to play around anymore. He needs to get moving so he can start smashing those towers as soon as possible. Yuta forces a nervous laugh, sweating as he questions the logic of going around destroying random buildings with a crazy old man. He thinks they should be focusing their energy on finding where Eshua is hiding instead. The master's face contorts in a terrifying rage, calling the kid an absolute moron. He shouts, asking if Yuta still doesn't understand the plan. Yuta and El recoil in fear from the sheer volume of the man's voice. The boy tenses up, his eyes wide as he realizes just how unhinged his new mentor really is. The warrior laughs maniacally, explaining that the woman is obviously hiding inside one of those towers. He's convinced that if he levels every single one in this world, he'll eventually find and kill her. Yuta stares blankly, his face deadpan as he confirms to himself that this man is seriously out of his mind. El floats beside him, looking just as concerned about their travel companion. The little spirit whispers to Yuta, warning him that the man is way too dangerous. She's terrified, looking over her shoulder as she talks to him. El points out that the guy didn't hesitate to destroy Yuta's stat window whenever he felt like it. She's worried that hanging around him any longer is just an invitation for a total disaster. Suddenly, Assura's voice booms from behind them, asking what the damn brats are whispering about. They both jump in terror, their secret conversation cut short. He crosses his arms, stating that he isn't sticking around because he likes them. He only found the brats' swordsmanship to be somewhat useful for his goal. Yuta looks surprised, his expression shifting as he realizes they actually have a common goal. They both want to catch that woman, even if their reasons are different. The warrior's gaze hardens as he looks out over the valley. He bluntly tells them that their current physical bodies are far too pathetic to actually stand a chance against her. Standing high on a cliff, the master laughs and declares that he's going to strengthen their bodies in an instant. The training is about to go from difficult to absolute hell. The scene cuts to a massive, modern-looking tower that stands tall against the bright blue sky. Its blocky, industrial design looks completely alien compared to the surrounding forest. A pair of boots land firmly on the dirt at the edge of the woods. After what seems like a long journey, the group has finally arrived at the foot of the tower. Assura looks up at the towering structure, his clothes torn and tattered from travel. He wonders aloud if this is one of the towers that Bastard made. He turns his head slightly, a satisfied look in his eyes as he addresses his companion. He notes that they've grown remarkably over the past few days of intense training. A hulking figure stands in the shadows, their back muscles rippling with an unbelievable amount of power. It's a complete transformation from the small being that started the journey. Elle has become a muscular powerhouse, her frame now built like a professional bodybuilder. She bows deeply, thanking her master for the incredible results of his training. The master admits that she definitely has talent, flexing his own arm as he speaks. He says that if they had more time, he could have even taught her how to properly train her internal energy. He looks back toward the trail they came from, his expression turning annoyed. He wonders aloud when the hell the other brat is finally going to show up. Wide in the background, Elle continues to flex her massive biceps while Asura waits. He finds it utterly pathetic that his actual disciple is slower than a mere servant. Yuta finally emerges from the trees, leaning heavily on a wooden cane and looking like he's about to die. He's trembling violently, gasping for air as he begs them to wait just a second. Flashback panels show the boy struggling to run while carrying a massive log on his shoulders. He screams in agony, wondering if he's actually in some kind of insane Marine Corps boot camp. Back in the present, Yuta stares at the transformed Elle with wide, terrified eyes. He's completely baffled by how much she's changed, wondering if she got hit with some kind of evil buff or something. The boy reaches his breaking point and collapses face first into the grass. He groans that he can't take it anymore and can't move another single step. Asura looks down at the heap on the ground with a cold, unimpressed expression. He calls Yuta a pathetic brat, but acknowledges that he did finally manage to catch up. The warrior shifts his gaze back to the tower, calling it a bizarre-looking thing. He thinks it looks even more grotesque than the one he smashed last time. Elle stretches her arms behind her head, looking at the smooth, windowless walls of the structure. She asks if they're entering now, pointing out that she doesn't see anything resembling an entrance. A dark, confident smirk spreads across Asura's face as he looks at his disciple. He tells him that for what he has planned, an entrance is completely unnecessary. He balls his hand into a tight fist, his muscles tensing for an attack. He declares that for right here and now, he's simply going to destroy the damn tower. Elle cheers for her master, her eyes sparkling with absolute confidence in his strength. She encourages Asura to crush the tower with a single, massive blow while he prepares his fist for the impact. Yuta begs the old man to wait and actually think about the consequences before he hits the mystical structure. He's sweating bullets, sensing that a direct confrontation with the tower's logic is going to end poorly for them. The punch connects with a deafening roar, but instead of crumbling, the air around the tower begins to glitch violently. Bright red error messages flood the sky as the system struggles to compute the sheer physical force Asura just unleashed. A critical error alert flashes across the landscape, stained in a deep, ominous crimson. The world itself seems to shudder as the impact breaks through the reality of the game, triggering a massive system failure. The system initiates a forced transport to protect its data, sucking everyone into a swirling purple vortex. Elle lets out a terrified scream as she's pulled into the void, leaving their previous reality behind. Yuta yells out in frustration, calling his mentor a crazy old man as they're tossed through the dimensions. He knew they should have been more careful, but now they're at the mercy of a crashing world. They are spat out into a desolate wasteland of cracked asphalt and leaning skyscrapers. It's a silent ghost city, a modern metropolis that looks like it's been abandoned for decades. A bolt of purple energy tears through the gray sky, signaling their violent entry into this new area. The echo of their arrival bounces off the ruined buildings, leaving a heavy silence in its wake. The group crash lands onto the hard pavement of a city street, leaving Yuta and Elle dazed and groaning. Asura is the first to stand, looking around at the hideous buildings with an expression of pure distaste. Yuta stammers in shock, his eyes wide as he realizes they're standing in the middle of what looks like a modern city. Elle has reverted to her small, weak form, mourning the loss of her hard-earned muscles in the transition. He recognizes the architecture immediately, wondering for a split second if they've somehow returned to his original world. The sight of a ruined crane and shattered windows makes his heart race with a mix of hope and fear. Elle grabs his shoulder and points down the road, her face pale with horror. Yuta turns his gaze toward whatever caught her eye, his own expression freezing as he sees the carnage ahead. A field of dead bodies litters the street, many of them wearing the gear of fellow players. Yuta can't believe the scale of the slaughter, staring at the dozens of corpses piled up in the middle of the road. He realizes this isn't his world at all. It's a graveyard for those who failed the tower. He shudders, wondering where on earth they've actually been sent. From the shadows of a nearby ledge, a cold voice commands the dead to respond to its call. A mysterious figure watches them from above, his presence radiating an aura of absolute death. Thick purple smoke begins to pour from the mouths of the fallen players as their souls are forcibly yanked back to the surface. Their lifeless forms twitch and lurch, animated by a dark, necromantic energy. Assura stands amidst the rising spirits, his arms crossed as he watches the dead begin to gather. He doesn't look frightened. He looks like he's finally found something worth his time. The glowing orbs of light swirl together into a massive, unstable sphere of spiritual energy. The sheer volume of death in this city is being condensed into a single, terrifying point in the air. A pair of polished shoes touch down gently on the air as if it were solid ground. The mysterious figure floats down toward them, intrigued by the unexpected arrival of newly summoned players. The Spectre King reveals himself, a man in a long dark coat with eyes that glow with a faint, malevolent light. He finds their appearance interesting, viewing them as nothing more than new toys to play with. He tells them not to bother resisting, his voice smooth and full of overwhelming arrogance. In his eyes, their fate was sealed the moment they stepped into his domain. Assura gives him a sidelong glance, his expression one of pure boredom. He's clearly not impressed by the man's grand entrance or his threatening words. The king raises a hand, purple flames dancing between his fingers as he begins a summoning ritual. He declares that he is the only one who will ever reach the peak of this tower. A gargantuan skeleton erupts from the ground, its massive bones glowing with a sickly purple light. The Spectre King introduces himself with a flourish, his summons looming over the puny humans below. Yuta stares up at the skeletal titan, his heart sinking as he senses its power. He can tell immediately that this monster is on an entirely different level than anything he's seen before. The massive skull unhinges its jaw, a roar of spectral energy building in its throat. Its empty eye sockets burn with a hunger for the souls of the living, fixating on the group below. Yuta screams for the old man to get out of the way before he gets crushed. The skeleton's massive hand descends like a falling building, threatening to flatten Assura into the pavement. Assura just scoffs, a wild grin splitting his face as he prepares to meet the attack head-on. He mocks the idea of being in danger from such a lowly monster and readies his fist. He throws a punch that meets the skeleton's massive palm, and the sound of shattering bone echoes through the city. The force of the blow sends cracks spiderwebbing all the way up the giant's arm. The arm explodes into 1,000 white shards, unable to withstand the raw, unbridled physical strength of the Fist King. Dust and bone fragments rain down on the street like a morbid snowstorm. Assura stands calmly amidst the debris, calling the Spectre King a pathetic piece of trash. He looks completely unimpressed by the supposedly legendary summon. The king narrows his eyes, his amusement quickly turning into irritation. He can't believe someone at such a low level could possess this much destructive power. Assura challenges him to stop hiding behind his overgrown puppets and come down to fight. He laughs, calling the king a coward who's too afraid to use his own hands. The Spectre King's expression shifts to a cold, deadly serious mask. He repeats the insult under his breath, his pride clearly wounded by the old man's taunts. With a wave of his hand, even more nightmare creatures begin to manifest from the shadows. A hooded reaper and a lupin beast join the fray, surrounding the king with a wall of darkness. He decides to change his mind about a quick death, telling Assura to struggle until the very end. He wants to see exactly how much pain this arrogant warrior can endure. The Spectre King promises to put them to the ultimate test, his eyes glowing with an intense, violet light. He's eager to find out just how long these newcomers can last in his domain of death. Li Chanwu looms over the battlefield, his presence flanked by distorted spirits and skeletal monsters. He watches the struggle below with a detached cruelty, ordering those fighting to keep at it until their very end. He turns his gaze toward his target, eyes narrowed as he promises to see just how long they can survive. For him, this whole life-and-death struggle is nothing more than a simple test to prove their worth. A screeching gargoyle dives from the sky, its claws outstretched as it aims for the small, floating form of El. The little spirit can only watch in alarm as the skeletal creature closes the gap. Assura stares up at the summoner, his expression one of pure, unadulterated contempt. He repeats the word test back at his foe, his voice dripping with mockery as he prepares to show them the real meaning of power. The martial artist scoffs at the idea of being tested by a lowly thing that relies on cheap summons. He makes it clear that facing him requires more than just hiding behind a curtain of monsters. With a sudden, explosive movement, Asura drives his palm into a skeleton monster, shattering its massive frame. Bone fragments fly everywhere as the ground beneath him craters from the raw impact of the strike. A giant skeleton monster, draped in tattered robes, lets out a silent, terrifying roar. Its eye sockets burn with a sickening purple flame as it focuses its entire killing intent on the man below. The behemoth lashes out with heavy, rusted chains, swinging them with enough force to crush buildings. Asura stands his ground, dwarfed by the massive scale of the summon but looking completely unfazed. The chains wrap tightly around his torso and arms, binding him in place as he looks down at the metal links. Instead of panic, he just looks confused, as if he expected more of a challenge than this. Sensing an opening, a massive white-furred wolf beast leaps from the darkness, jaws wide and dripping with hunger. It aims straight for Asura's head while he's pinned down by the chains. Asura doesn't even bother breaking the chains first. He just catches the wolf midair and slams it into the pavement. The impact is so violent it sends shockwaves through the ruined street, pulverizing the monster's spine. He follows up with a crushing blow that effectively deletes the beast's head from existence. Blood and bones splatter across the asphalt, ending the summon before it could even land a scratch. The martial artist stands amidst the carnage, casually brushing off the attack as if it were a minor annoyance. He looks back up at the summoner, taunting him by saying that the beast's bite felt like nothing more than a tickle. Asura's expression remains deadpan as he waits for the next move, his eyes already searching for a way to end this farce. He's clearly bored with the summoner's reliance on quantity over quality. Li Chanwu isn't finished, activating another part of his system to bring forth a skeleton soldier and an entire abyssal horde. Dozens of monsters begin to crawl out of the shadows, swarming toward the lone warrior. A single, heavy footstep crunches down on the debris as Asura shifts his weight. He's done playing defense and is ready to thin the herd. A massive shockwave erupts from his position, sending the entire horde of skeletons flying backward like leaves in a storm. The sheer pressure of his aura is enough to keep the lesser summons from even getting close. A towering red ogre lunges through the smoke, throwing a massive fist that whistles through the air. Asura watches the incoming blow with the calm of someone who has seen it all before. He stops the giant fist cold with his own hand, the impact creating a localized blast that shatters the surrounding ground. Despite the monster's size, it can't push Asura back even a single inch. The summoner switches tactics again, calling upon shackle wraiths that emerge from a dark pool of energy. Ghostly hands reach up from the ground, grabbing tightly at Asura's legs to drag him down into the depths. He looks down at the glowing hands, his frustration finally starting to show. This constant stream of tricks is starting to get on his nerves. Li Chanwu watches from the background, his confidence wavering as he sees his most powerful summons being treated like insects. He turns his attention to Kim Yuta, who is standing nearby, looking just as dangerous. He tries to scan the boy in the coat, but his system interface comes up with nothing but errors. He can't sense any stats, any levels, or even a single skill coming from Kim Yuta. The nameless player is left baffled, wondering how someone without any system data could possibly possess such overwhelming power. It goes against everything he knows about the tower's rules. Yuta doesn't give him time to think, drawing his twin blades as a dark purple aura begins to swirl around him. The air grows cold as the protagonist prepares to end the fight on his own terms. Li Chanwu decides to stop wondering and just take what he wants, declaring that he'll absorb Yuta's soul to find the answers. He looks down at his hand, the dark energy already beginning to gather. Li Chanwu strikes with his authority move, Brand of Extinction, creating a massive cross-shaped explosion that tears through the urban battlefield. The light is so blinding it completely washes out the surrounding ruins. The force of the blast catches several dummy players and even knocks Yata and Nova back as she tries to shield herself. The sheer scale of the destruction is far beyond what any standard player should be capable of. Yuta can only watch from a distance, sweat dripping down his face as he witnesses the insane power on display. He had no idea the person he was facing was this much of a monster. Li Chanwu stands amidst the lingering purple flames, his silhouette dark against the light. He stares at Yuta, his mind reeling as he tries to reconcile the boy's lack of stats with the devastation he just caused. Nova, looking small and vulnerable, shouts for Yuta to run as fast as he can. She's terrified of what's coming, sensing that the battle is about to shift into something much more dangerous. She warns him that their opponent is no longer anything like a player, his very nature having been warped by something far worse. She can feel a presence within him that doesn't belong in this world. The little spirit realizes that the power radiating from the summoner is an exact match for Goddess Eshua. A faint, glowing silhouette of a woman appears behind Li Chanwu, symbolizing the divine contract he's made. A heavy wind whistles through the high-rise buildings, kicking up dust and debris as the tension reaches its breaking point. The silence of the ruins is deafening. Smoke billows from the impact sites, obscuring the street as both fighters prepare for their final exchange. Smoke billows out from the craters left behind by their clash. A pair of boots crunches through the rubble as Li Chanwu walks through the haze. He's completely focused now, looking for the one final soul he needs to complete his ritual. He walks forward with his monstrous summons trailing behind like shadows, reflecting on his contract with Goddess Eshua. He's almost there, and he's not going to let anyone stand in his way now. He raises his hand, activating authority, soul absorption as purple energy tendrils lash out toward his targets. He's ready to harvest the final soul and claim the power he was promised. He looks coldly toward his target, his eyes devoid of any humanity as he promises to put their soul to good use. The air around him ripples with the force of his authority. Suddenly, Asura's voice cuts through the air, sharp and full of lethal intent. He repeats the word goddess, his tone shifting from bored to dangerously focused at the mention of Eshua. He looks over at the nameless player, asking if he's referring to the same woman who sealed his dantian and robbed him of his original life. The memory of that betrayal is clearly etched into his expression. Li Chanwu's eyes narrow as Asura calls her, "that damned woman," his voice low and threatening. Asura reveals that he's been searching for her all this time, and it seems this summoner might just be able to lead the way for him. Asura stares down Li Chanwu, a chilling warning in his eyes. He demands to know the location of the woman who sealed his power, his expression hardening as he makes it clear that he's not in the mood for games. The nameless player only offers a cold smirk in return. He's not intimidated, confident that this battle won't end as easily as his opponent might think. Suddenly, the air around Li Chanwu erupts with a sinister purple light. He stands amidst a storm of floating spectral blades, declaring that he isn't the one who will be dying in this tower today. The blades hang suspended in the air, glowing with malevolent energy. Asura watches from a distance, the ruined city buildings looming behind him as the confrontation reaches a new level of intensity. With a flick of his wrist, Li Chanwu sends the spectral blades screaming through the air toward his target. The trails of purple light cut across the battlefield like streaks of lightning. Asura doesn't even flinch, casually catching one of the glowing blades between two fingers. He lets out a dismissive HMPH, clearly unimpressed by the display of power. The martial artist hurls the blade directly back at the summoner, making it seem to embed itself into the very wind. Li Chanwu's eyes widen in genuine shock as he witnesses his attack being neutralized and countered so effortlessly. The calm confidence he had just moments ago begins to falter as he realizes the sheer gap in physical capability between them. The energy from the shattered blade erupts into a massive pillar of purple light, carving a crater into the street below. The sheer force of the residual impact shows just how much power was packed into that single strike. The nameless player chuckles to himself as the smoke clears, though the sound is hollow. He admits that Assura is truly an absurd fellow, far beyond the power levels he expected to encounter. Li Chanwu's hand trembles slightly as he tightens his grip on his dagger. He finally acknowledges his opponent's strength and decides he can no longer afford to hold back. He activates a new power, a heavy set of spectral plate armor materializing around his arm. The system identifies it as Authority, Armor of Hades, a tier of protection far above any standard equipment. Bolstered by his new defense, Li Chanwu lunges forward with incredible speed. He leaves a trail of purple afterimages as he closes the distance, his eyes locked on his target. The two clash in a blur of movement, blades sparking as they meet. The force of their collision sends a shockwave through the air, whipping the long hair of both fighters. Li Chanwu screams a challenge, throwing everything he has into a powerful overhead swing. His face is twisted into a manic grin as the purple energy flares around his blade. The strike connects with the ground, creating a massive explosion of rock and energy that dwarfs the fighters. The sheer power of the blow would have disintegrated any normal player instantly. Assura stands within the clearing smoke, his face splitting into a wide, toothy grin. He looks completely unharmed, his eyes burning with a newfound excitement for the fight. Li Chanwu isn't finished yet, his movements growing more frantic as he prepares for another assault. He's determined to prove that his authority is absolute, regardless of his opponent's brute strength. The armored player leaps into the air, descending like a comet wrapped in purple flames. He's focusing all his energy into a single, decisive point, aiming to crush Assura once and for all. Assura easily dodges the downward strike, the air around him whistling as he moves with unnatural grace. He mocks the attempt, telling his opponent that he's still far from being a real threat. The martial artist counters with a swift strike of his own, his fist glowing with concentrated power. He intends to show the brat the true meaning of a power gap. Another massive explosion rocks the city street, a pillar of white and pink light shooting high into the sky. The impact is so intense that the surrounding buildings begin to crumble under the sheer pressure. Li Chanwu stands amidst the settling dust, his armored arm smoking from the encounter. He lets out a dry laugh, his breath coming in ragged gasps as he stares at the destruction around him. His manic grin returns as he admits that Assura is indeed strong, at least for now. He seems to be hiding a trump card, one that he believes will turn the tide of the entire battle. Kim Yuta watches from the shadows, sweat dripping down his face as he hears the mention of Goddess Eshua. The name clearly carries a weight that terrifies anyone familiar with the tower's lore. Assura's expression remains stoic, but his eyes narrow at the mention of the goddess. He listens as Li Chanwu reveals that Eshua is the one who granted him control over this very tower. The nameless player's gaze turns dark and obsessive. He explains that while he doesn't have full authority yet, he's close to completing the ritual that will change everything. He reveals the horrific price of his contract, the souls of 10,000 players. Once the final soul is offered, he will be reborn as the true successor and master of the tower. With a triumphant roar, Li Chanwu declares that he has finally acquired every soul needed. He raises a hand, purple energy lashing out to seize the small, struggling form of Nova. Kim Yuta's face contorts with rage as he realizes what's happening. He screams out Nova's name, his eyes wide with desperation as he tries to reach her before it's too late. Yuta lunges forward, his teeth bared as he demands to know what the villain is doing to his companion. He's completely lost his earlier composure, driven only by the need to save the little spirit. Li Chanwu doesn't even look at him, dismissing the protagonist as a small fry who should stay out of grown-up matters. A massive, pale monster lunges from the side, intercepting Yuta's path. The monster strikes Yuta with a powerful blow, sending him tumbling through the air. Blood splatters against the debris as the young climber struggles to maintain his footing against the overwhelming force. Yuta coughs up blood, his body trembling from the impact. The villain's words echo in his mind, mockingly telling him that it's useless to try and stop what has already begun. Li Chanwu stands triumphantly among his summoned army of skeletons and beasts. He looks down at the defeated Yuta, gloating that there is absolutely nothing left for him to do. A system notification appears in a purple frame, confirming the completion of the succession ritual quest. The 10,000th soul has been officially acquired, sealing Nova's fate. Another notification warns that the full authority of the tower will be unlocked in just over a minute. The countdown timer shows 000104, ticking down to the moment of the tower's absolute collapse. Assura watches the display with a critical eye, finally speaking up as he observes Li Chanwu's methods. He identifies the villain as a spirit master who manipulates the vengeful dead for his own gain. The Fist King's expression turns to one of pure disgust. He mentions that there were occasionally those who used such lowly arts in his kingdom as well, and they were always treated with the contempt they deserved. Green energy begins to swirl around Assura's hand, lashing out with a power that feels fundamentally different from the tower system. He declares that since the villain has crossed the line, he will show him a proper lesson. Asura raises his hand, the green flame intensifying as he tells Li Chanwu to watch closely. He's about to demonstrate the true power of spirit arts, a martial discipline that the tower's authority can't even begin to grasp. A massive wave of spectral energy erupts from Asura, completely overwhelming the villain's summoned minions. Li Chanwu can only stare in mute shock as his entire army is torn apart by a power he doesn't understand. Li Chanwu watches in disbelief as the purple souls he spent so long gathering are suddenly pulled away. He realizes with growing dread that Asura isn't just destroying his army, he's stealing the very fuel for his ritual. Li Chanwu reels from the spiritual shock as his connection to the tower's authority is forcibly severed. He stares at Asura, unable to comprehend how a mere player could defy the system's fundamental rules so easily. Asura towers over his allies, his hand radiating a brilliant green aura as he funnels the purified soul energy into Kim, Yuta, and Nova. He gives the two brats a command to unleash their full power and tear their enemy apart. Nova's eyes glow with a blinding white light as her small form is revitalized by the massive surge of spiritual energy. She looks toward Li Chanwu with a steady, resolute gaze, signaling that her role as a victim is over. Kim Yuta stands firm, his eyes burning with a sharp, cyan brilliance as the stolen power flows through his veins. He fixes a lethal stare on the nameless player, his every instinct focused on crushing the wretch who threatened his companions. Asura stands tall as light begins to swirl around him. Across the battlefield, Li Chanwu realizes something's wrong. The souls he spent so long gathering are being siphoned away. The villain can't believe his eyes. According to the system, a stunt like this should be physically impossible. Asura doesn't care about the system's rules. He turns to the two glowing figures beside him and tells them it's time to run wild. He looks at Kim, Yuta, and Nova, declaring that it's officially their turn to crush the man who tried to sacrifice them. Yuta looks down at his own hands, which are now translucent and flickering with green light. He starts to panic, wondering if he actually kicked the bucket during that last explosion. He screams at Asura, demanding to know if the old man did this to him and telling him to put his soul back where it belongs. Asura just looks at him like he's an idiot. He explains that if they had stayed in their physical forms, their bodies would have already crumbled to dust. He reveals that Li Chanwu was the one who actually ripped their souls out using spirit arts, planning to turn them into mindless puppets. The martial god explains he simply took control of the technique to buy them time to recover and block the system's interference. He smirks, nodding that since he's already hijacked most of the souls the villain was controlling, the guy is basically a pushover now. Yuta flexes his spectral fingers, nodding that even if he's in ghost mode, he doesn't really feel any weaker. Asura gives the signal for them to show off the true power of spirit arts. Yuta draws a shimmering ghost sword while Nova floats ready behind him. Li Chanwu isn't taking the insult lightly. He sneers, offended that anyone would think he's weak just because a few souls went missing. Purple energy flares up around the villain as he prepares to drop the hammer. He doesn't need to steal souls when he can just summon them. Grotesque, purple-eyed monsters begin crawling out of the shadows behind him. A whole legion of skeletons and ghouls fills the street, ready to tear into anything living or dead. Chanwu laughs at the lopsided odds. To him, the idea of two spirits taking on his entire army is just a bad joke. Asura just laughs right back at him. He finds it hilarious that the guy is still trying to judge strength by counting heads. Yuta doesn't wait for a formal invitation. He lunges forward, his spectral blade carving a path of light through the first wave of monsters. A spirit minion gets a face full of glowing steel. Another one is sliced clean in half, as Yuta moves with a speed he never had in his physical body. A massive shockwave of light clears the surrounding area, leaving Li Chanwu standing all alone amidst the silence of his fallen empire. Chanwu's jaw drops. He can't wrap his head around where this sudden explosion of power is coming from. He watches Yuta closely, remembering clearly that the kid was on the absolute brink of death just minutes ago. The scale of the destruction is massive, with the shockwaves rattling the surrounding ruined buildings. But the army of the dead is endless, and more spirits continue to swarm in from all sides. A giant, skull-faced monster looms over Nova, who looks tiny and defenseless compared to the beast. Yuta spots the danger and screams her name, terrified that she's still unconscious and about to get eaten. The monster unhinges its jaw, ready to swallow the girl's soul whole. Suddenly, Nova's eyes snap open, glowing with a blinding white light that fills her entire face. A massive beam of energy erupts from her, vaporizing the monster before it can even close its mouth. The blast is so powerful it creates a literal pillar of light that punches a hole right through the enemy ranks. Nova looks down at her hands in shock. Even she didn't realize she had that kind of firepower sitting inside her. Asura watches the display with a stoic expression, looking completely unimpressed by the flashy light show. Yuta rushes over, checking on Nova to make sure that huge blast didn't burn her out. Nova admits that the spirit arts definitely gave her a massive boost, but Yuta isn't so optimistic. He knows they can't keep this up forever. He looks up at the horizon, where an even larger wave of purple energy and monsters is starting to form. Asura narrows his eyes, focusing his gaze on the source of the enemy's power. Across the way, Lee Chanwoo is frantically tapping on his status window, trying to force the system to give him more control. Asura tells them to listen up. If they want to end this for good, they have to take out that floating status window first. He warns them it won't be easy, though. His own power is currently suppressed, and destroying a piece of the system itself is a tall order. Kim Yuta is still wrapping his head around being a ghost, but he realizes there's a catch. Even with his power center sealed, the spirit arts still work. Asura confirms his hunch with a smirk, flexing his muscles as he explains that while internal energy might be locked away, the energy from the world around them is fair game. He looks over at the little spirit Nova, nodding that her energy signature is actually pretty interesting and might be exactly what they need. He casually tells the kid to hand over her soul for a second, and Nova looks like she's about to have a heart attack. The air suddenly starts humming with a dangerous level of power, shaking the foundations of the ruined city buildings nearby. A massive system alert flashes across the sky. The ritual is failing because the villain doesn't have enough souls to feed the machine. Lee Chanwoo is losing his mind over the worms that are sabotaging his grand plan, his finger hovering over a flickering status window. He snarls that he can always go shopping for more souls later, but first, he needs to take out the trash that's standing in his way. Purple flames erupt from his hand as he reaches out to the sky, screaming for his captured souls to respond to his call. An endless tide of mindless spirit minions surges forward, a sea of gray bodies ordered to wipe out everything in their path. Asura doesn't flinch, telling Yuta that they've only got one shot at this and that the kid needs to bet everything on him. He gives the order. Yuta needs to blast a hole through that army so the old man can get within punching distance of the boss. Yuta grips the hilt of his sword, which is already radiating a blinding heat, and promises he'll open that path no matter what. He dives headfirst into the horde with a roar, his blade carving through the ghouls like they're made of paper. He triggers the holy sword of Asterion, unleashing a massive horizontal wave of light that vaporizes the front lines of the enemy army. Chanwoo just laughs it off, thinking they're idiots for wasting all their mana on the small fry while he's still tapping away at his controls. He looks like a total lunatic, cackling about how a few flashy moves won't stop the thousands of souls he still has in reserve. But his laughter dies in his throat when the light clears and Asura is standing right there, looming over him like a mountain. The martial god smirks, revealing he was just waiting for the guy to pull out that blue window one last time to check his stats. He clenches his fist as green energy starts to swirl around his arm, mocking the villain's reliance on a glowing interface. With Nova hovering behind him, Asura lunges forward, looking like he's about to punch the reality right out of the room. Chanwoo can only stare in horror as a fist, the size of a wrecking ball, slams directly into his precious status window. The impact triggers a massive explosion of green energy that levels everything within a city block, officially dubbed the Fist King style, destruction. The legendary level 99 status window, the thing that made the villain feel like a god, shatters like cheap glass under the pressure. Shards of blue data fly through the air, dissolving into nothing as the system's grip on the world finally breaks. Lee Chanwoo screams in pure disbelief, his brain refusing to process that someone just punched a hole through the system's logic. He looks at his empty hands, horrified that everything he spent a lifetime building was just wiped out in a single second. His eyes are wide with panic as he mumbles about his lost power, realizing he's just a regular guy again. He lets out one final, desperate cry for the world he tried to create, but there's nobody left to listen. Red error messages flood the air. The system is reporting massive data corruption and is permanently deleting every soul in the ritual. The final notification pops up, cold and indifferent. The succession ritual has officially failed. Down on the ground, Kim Yuta groans as the weight of gravity hits him again. He's finally back in his own skin. He pushes himself up, checking his chest and arms to make sure all the parts are in the right place. He stares at his hands, still feeling the faint hum of energy, but glad to be solid again. He's genuinely surprised that his body actually recovered like Assura promised, and he starts to wonder who this uncle really is. He looks over at the silent warrior standing in the wreckage, realizing the guy's power is basically off the charts. Across the plaza, Chan Wu is having a total meltdown, clutching his head and screaming at the top of his lungs. The villain drops to his knees, begging for another chance and refusing to believe it's over. Assura just stands there with his arms crossed, watching the pathetic display with zero sympathy. Tears stream down Chan Wu's face as he blames them for losing the only chance he had to save his world from destruction. Kim Yuta can only watch in shock as the man before him falls apart. The player is desperate, begging for his world not to end like this. Assura stands tall, his expression unchanging as he's accused of being the cause of all this misery. Li Chanwu is completely unhinged now, his eyes glowing a manic red as he screams about the destruction of his world. We're taken back to his past, to a time when he was just an ordinary student. In the background, people are fleeing in terror as the world begins to crumble. He stops in his tracks, pulling his headphones down as he senses something terrifying in the air. Massive purple rifts tear open the sky above the city, heralding the arrival of a nightmare. The sheer horror of the situation leaves him paralyzed. His face is pale, his eyes wide with the realization that his life is over. Within moments, the city is transformed into a landscape of fire and smoke. Everything he knew is being leveled to the ground. The aftermath is even worse, with survivors buried under the rubble of fallen buildings. Bodies are strewn across the debris-choked streets, showing the brutal efficiency of the monster wave. Li Chanwu is on his knees, howling in agony as those memories flood back. He's surrounded by the ruins of his own failed ambition. Despair is etched into every line of his face, his eyes blown wide with the trauma he's been carrying for years. That's when the Goddess Eshua appeared to him, bathed in a celestial light that promised a way out of the darkness. Kim Yuta and the others watched the display, Yuta questioning how a whole world could just be destroyed like that. The young player looks at the broken man, wondering if he was once a hero from another world just like them. Li Chanwu explains the truth, his voice trembling as he describes his world's doomed fate at the hands of the monsters. He was driven by a single desperate thought. He had to save everyone, no matter what it took. That obsession pushed him to climb to the very peak of the tower, searching for a miracle. And at the top, he found it, the power to create a new world granted to whoever conquers the tower. Kim Yuta repeats the words in disbelief, the concept of such a massive power almost impossible to grasp. Chan Wu admits his intent was never to save his old world, but to perfectly recreate it within the safety of the tower. He screams his justification, claiming he finally had the strength to protect everyone in his own private paradise. He clenches his fist in a fit of rage, his knuckles white as he thinks of everything he's lost. He blames Assura for everything, screaming that the quest would have been complete if not for his interference. Assura isn't moved by the outburst, looking down at him with nothing but contempt. He tells the guy to stow his cowardly excuses. He points out the obvious flaw in the plan. If the player really wanted to save his people, why did he run when the real world was ending? The warrior sees right through him, dismissing his creation as nothing more than a pathetic numbers game played in a cage. He asks what the point of such a hollow existence inside the tower even is, especially when it's all just a fake. Assura begins to walk forward, his boots crunching on the rubble as he decides to end this farce. He tells Chan Wu straight to his face that he never wanted to be a hero, he just wanted to hide from reality. The truth is too much to bear, and the player screams for him to shut up, his voice cracking with rage. He lunges at Assura, throwing everything he has into one final, desperate strike. Assura meets him head-on with a crushing punch that sends Chanwu reeling, blood spraying from the impact. A massive shockwave ripples through the air, showing the sheer force behind the blow. Chanwu collapses, coughing up blood but still desperately clinging to the lie that he was trying to save everyone. In another flashback, Eshua looks down at him from a high balcony, acknowledging his victory over the tower's challenges. She starts explaining his reward, her voice calm as she lays out the possibilities for his future. She offers to send him back to his home world just moments before the monster wave, giving him a chance to actually fight. It's the path of a true hero, but it's one fraught with danger and the possibility of failure. Alternatively, she offers a special quest: stay in the tower, inherit its power, and build a new, safe world inside. She looks out over the city, leaving the choice entirely in his hands. It's the ultimate test of his resolve. Her gaze is piercing as she asks if he'll choose the real war or the comfortable lie. In the depth of the flashback, Li Chanwu is faced with a choice: hide away in a world of his own making or face the ruins of reality. He looks down, his decision finally made. He chooses the tower's power, promising himself that he'll be the one to save his world, even if it's just a recreation. He stands tall, fueled by a new, singular purpose. Back in the present, reality is tearing itself apart as the tower system finally fails. Red warning screens flash everywhere, announcing that every bit of data in this place is about to be wiped for good. Kim, Yuta, and Nova can only watch in horror as the sky itself starts to fracture. They finally realize that this isn't just a fight anymore, it's the end of their entire environment. Panic sets in for Nova as she clings to her uncle, Asura. She looks up at him, desperate for any kind of plan before they're buried under the falling city. Yuta is startled as Li Chanwu suddenly starts speaking again, mentioning a cryptic message from the architect, Eshua. He explains that every tower in existence eventually leads down the same single path. It's a chilling thought as the world around them dissolves into digital static. Yuta is frozen, trying to process the weight of those words while the wind howls around them. Chanwu continues, telling him that finding the end of that path is the only way to ever meet the Goddess Eshua face to face. His expression is grim as he gives Yuta his final piece of advice: find that path and finish what was started. Yuta is left more confused than ever, demanding to know why he's being told all this now of all times. Chanwu just looks away, the memories he spent years trying to suppress finally coming back to the surface. He looks exhausted, like a man who's finally finished his part in the story. He finally admits that Assura was right from the start. He was never a hero, just a coward hiding from a world he couldn't save. The ruins around them are a stark reminder of his failure. Admitting it now doesn't fix anything, but it's the first honest thing he's said in a long time. He gives a faint, sad smile, realizing he has nothing left to fight for. Without his world, he has no reason to even exist anymore. A swirling purple portal tears open behind them, a final escape route from the collapsing system. Chanwu tells them to move fast before the exit vanishes along with the tower. Assura looks at the fallen player one last time, recognizing a shred of dignity in his choice to stay behind. He calls him a coward, but admits there's nothing pathetic about how he's meeting his end. The warrior starts to walk away, promising that if he ever finds Eshua, he'll crush her for Chanwu's sake as well. Yuta isn't ready to just leave him behind, shouting that they should take him with them to find the goddess. Assura shuts him down immediately, his voice cold and final. He reminds the boy that this was a battle for their lives, and the terms of defeat are absolute. He explains that allowing a defeated enemy to choose their own place of death is the greatest mercy a warrior can show. With that, he steps toward the portal, leaving no room for argument. Yuta stands there for a moment longer, his heart heavy as he looks back at the man who was just his enemy. The ground literally falls away as the tower's foundations give out. The whole place is a chaotic mess of falling buildings and swirling energy. Yuta is determined to not leave anyone behind, even in the middle of a collapsing world. He can't help himself. He lunges forward and grabs Li Chanwu, hauling him up onto his back. He's determined not to let anyone die if he can help it. Nova is completely stunned by the move, her eyes wide as she watches him carry their former enemy. As they trudge through the debris, Chan-woo is baffled, asking why Yuta is even bothering with him. He keeps insisting that his life is over, and that there's no point in trying to save someone with no purpose left. Yuta isn't listening, shouting back that a reason to live is something you find as you keep going. His face is set in a look of pure determination. He refuses to let a man throw his life away while he's standing right there. They approach the portal, the glowing energy lighting up the dark ruins. In the quiet between the crashes, Chan-woo finally asks for his savior's name. Yuta snaps back with his name, sounding annoyed by the question in the middle of a literal apocalypse. He looks back over his shoulder, his expression softening just a tiny bit. Chan-woo lets out a weak laugh, finding the name Kim Yuta a bit strange. He finally introduces himself as Lee Chan-woo, a rare moment of connection between the two. He tells Yuta he has one last favor to ask, his voice growing fainter. His hands suddenly erupt with a brilliant golden light as he transfers a shimmering orb of energy directly into Yuta's chest. He begs him to use this power for something truly right. Yuta is caught off guard by the sudden gift, yelling in confusion and demanding that the energy be taken off him. Chan-woo starts to fade into purple light, explaining that he can't survive without the tower's system anyway. He was always just a part of the simulation. He begins to disintegrate into glowing particles, his body slowly vanishing into the air. His final words are a command for Yuta to return to the real world. Yuta is left holding the glowing core, his face a mask of shock as the man disappears right in front of him. The final countdown appears on the system screens, with only 1 second left before total deletion. It's the end of everything. The tower is suddenly engulfed by a massive, shadowy orb of energy that shatters the entire structure into 1,000,000 pieces. The world of number 312 is officially gone. A system notification blares against the black void, confirming that tower number 312 has been completely wiped from existence. In a separate, shadowy realm, a mysterious figure remains seated on a grand, high-backed throne. Eshua, a woman with long silver hair and cold violet eyes, looks down with a detached gaze. As the architect behind the tower's cruel system, she watches the deletion of her world without a flicker of emotion. A mocking smile plays on her lips as she dismisses the catastrophe, nodding that it was merely one tower among many. She challenges her unseen opponent to try a little harder, her white dress glowing against a backdrop of falling light. Her focus is narrowed on the statless player who has managed to survive the collapse. It is a chilling acknowledgement of their existence, signaling that the real war is only beginning. A system message announces the inevitable. All data of the tower has been deleted. The monolithic structure crumbles, dissolving into particles of light, its very existence wiped from the world. Kim Yuta and Assura watch as the last remnants of the tower vanish. Yuta mutters in disbelief, "Really? Everything has disappeared." Yuta looks at a glowing golden artifact in his hand, a remnant of the system's power. He thinks to himself, from the moment the stat window shattered, was it already too late to save him? He recalls the fundamental rule of this world. If the stat window shatters, the player's physical body also perishes. A vision of Lee Chan-woo disintegrating flashes in his mind as he realizes, that means I should have already perished too. As the memory of his own stat window shattering comes to mind, a crucial question arises. So why am I fine unlike Lee Chan-woo? He gazes at the golden object in his palm, a possible explanation forming in his mind. Do I still have the power of the system remaining within me? Suddenly, a voice cuts through his thoughts as Asura steps closer. Why have you been making such a serious face for a while now, kid? Asura looks down at him, his expression unreadable. Is it because that spirit master died? Asura scoffs, "Ha, you are more sentimental than you look." Yuta, annoyed, snaps back, "Yeah, so what? Are you going to nag me again?" Yuta confesses his complicated feelings. Lee Chan-woo, that guy, I just feel uneasy about it. He was definitely a bad guy, but it feels strangely bittersweet. And at the end, he gave me this, telling me to use it for the right cause and to make sure I return to my original world. Having made up his mind, Yuta looks at Assura and says, I don't know what kind of power this is, but I'll give it to you first, mister. He holds out the glowing artifact, feeling a sense of certainty in his decision. Right now, somehow, that feels like the right choice. Assura takes the object, his eyes narrowing as he inspects it. I can feel that damn woman's chi from this. Perhaps with this power I could unseal the Danshin. Yuta's eyes widen. Really? Then will you regain all your strength? But Asura is quick to temper his expectations. Do not get ahead of yourself. With this amount, only a tiny fraction will be recovered. Asura elaborates. Although what I feel from this object is identical to hers, it falls short of the powerful chi that sealed my Danshin. A new term catches Yuta's attention. Curious, he asks. I've been curious for a while, but what is this Danshin? Before getting an answer, Yuta adds, you're strong regardless of that Danshin thing. Asura begins to explain the source of his immense power. The power I am using now is external arts. It is literally pure physical strength. The revelation leaves both Yuta and Nova completely stunned. All this time, Asura had been fighting with nothing but his bare hands. Yuta thinks in awe, he's a monster. Asura's gaze hardens, hinting at a power far beyond what they've seen. And if I recover the Danshin, he declares, I can use internal energy. Asura continues, explaining the next level of power. Internal energy uses the power of chi flowing through my body to exert powerful strength that transcends external arts. The concept is foreign to Yuta, who can only relate it to his own experiences. His eyes widen in shock as he asks, internal energy? Is it like a magic skill? Yuta falls into a contemplative silence, putting the pieces together. Come to think of it, that mister was strong even without a stat window. His mind tries to process the sheer scale of Asura's power. Strong enough to destroy the stat window and the tower. If he had stats, just how high would they have been? Nova, noticing his distraction, asks, Yuda, what are you thinking? He replies absent-mindedly, I was wondering what Mister's strength would be in stats. Asura's voice cuts in, followed by a light flick to Yuta's forehead. Are you still judging strength by those blue windows and numbers? Caught off guard, Yuta mutters under his breath. He has sharp ears too. Beside him, Nova can only think, he's definitely a monster. Looking up at the martial master with a newfound curiosity, Yuta asks a serious question. Then, what is this strength you talk about, mister? Asura's response is sharp and immediate, dismissing Yuta's entire framework of understanding. Foolish. He begins his lesson, his hand open as if grasping a profound concept. Strength is. His hand clenches into a powerful fist, the air crackling around it. Originally the result of blood and sweat. His eyes burn with intensity as he defines the true source of power, training and effort to obtain it. Asura explains his philosophy through a simple example. Listen well. To throw a strong punch, I swung my fist 1,000 times a day. However, if someone swung it 1,001 times a day. He stomps the ground, shattering it beneath his foot. Am I weaker than him? His answer is a resounding no. He pulls his arm back, demonstrating his point. More than the number of 1,000, it is about how much I yearned for power with every punch I threw. He simplifies the lesson to its very core. In other words, putting your whole heart into achieving what you desire. With his eyes glowing, Asura unleashes a punch. That which is gained through that process is true strength. Asura throws a single, straight punch, not at a target, but into the empty air before him. The air itself seems to tear apart. The sheer force of the punch carves a massive, perfectly straight path of destruction through the dense forest, felling trees for as far as the eye can see. In the face of such unbelievable power, Yuta and Nova can only stare, their minds completely blank with shock, unable to process what they just witnessed. Asura turns his head, his lesson concluded, and asks simply, do you understand? But he quickly dismisses the lesson as a minor detail. Anyway, the real problem is. He gazes at the golden, spinning artifact in his hands, a look of contemplation on his face. How to use this power? Frustration flashes across his face, his eyes glowing red with annoyance. Damn it, it's full of unknown things. Maya Wall, what on earth were you thinking? The scene shifts to a wide, beautiful landscape, showing the world outside the tower for the first time. Yuta and Asura stand in a clearing, surrounded by nature. Asura asks, is this the first time you are seeing it too? Yuta confirms, right. Because thanks to someone, my stats were smashed before I could clear the tower. Yuta looks down, a hint of despair in his voice. And I thought everything would end if I climbed the tower. Asura listens quietly before simply replying, I see. Suddenly, Asura's attention shifts, his eyes narrowing as he senses something. Then, would that guy know? Yuta is startled by the sudden change in atmosphere, turning around with a look of surprise. Huh. Asura watches the approaching presence, wondering aloud, does that guy also covet this power? His voice drops, becoming a command that echoes through the clearing. Reveal yourself. A figure emerges from the tree line, walking towards them with heavy, deliberate steps. Yuta is on high alert, analyzing the newcomer. What is that again? Is it a monster that survived the tower? I don't see any red aura. A formidable warrior wearing a skull mask and carrying a large axe now stands before them. Asura remains calm, his voice steady as he issues a simple, direct question to the mysterious figure. Who are you? The masked warrior doesn't answer. Instead, it wordlessly takes a fighting stance. Asura's face breaks into a wild, excited grin. Ha ha ha, fine, no need for talk, come. The masked warrior instantly charges forward, its feet tearing up the ground as it moves with incredible speed. It swings its massive axe, the blade glowing with a faint purple aura as it cuts through the air, aimed directly at Asura. Asura doesn't flinch, a smirk playing on his lips as he prepares to meet the powerful attack head-on. The masked warrior leaps high into the air, twisting its body to bring the axe down with incredible force. But Asura stands his ground, raising a single hand to meet the blow. Its eyes glowing with purple energy from behind the skull mask, the warrior announces its technique, axe style. From an overhead view, the sheer speed of the descending axe is clear as it hurtles towards Asura. The attack slams into the ground, unleashing a devastating explosion of purple energy that shatters the earth. The name of the skill echoes with the impact, Earth Splitter. Blood splatters across the ravaged ground, a testament to the power of the strike. But the blood is not from a fatal wound. In a shocking display of power, Asura has stopped the massive, glowing axe blade with nothing but his bare fingers. A confident smirk spreads across Asura's face. Though his fingers are bleeding, he seems impressed. You have quite the stance. The masked warrior is frozen, unable to process what just happened. With his grip tightening, the metal of the axe head begins to crack and splinter under the pressure of his fingers. However, the masked warrior looks on in utter shock as its ultimate attack is effortlessly neutralized. Asura casually flings the warrior away, completely unimpressed. It is futile to target this king with just that. Before the warrior can recover, Asura strikes its face with the heel of his palm, shattering the skull mask with a deafening crack. The impact sends a shockwave through the air, blasting away dust and debris. Standing amidst the aftermath, Asura looks on with a challenging smirk, completely unfazed. Try harder. From within the settling dust, a voice filled with pure fury screams out, I can't forgive. The figure rises, eyes glowing with rage in the darkness. I will never forgive. Yuta stares in disbelief, his eyes wide with shock as he recognizes the unmasked attacker. That person. The smoke clears, revealing Eshua, the architect of the tower. Her face is twisted in a furious snarl as she screams the question that hangs heavy in the air. Why did you all destroy my tower? A mysterious hooded figure with blonde hair glares intensely, her voice filled with accusation. Why did you destroy my tower? Kim Yuta is taken aback, his eyes wide with shock. We did destroy a tower, but... Nova looks on with just as much confusion, adding, we're not really sure if it was yours. The woman grits her teeth, her anger building into a furious tremor. She explodes with rage, her voice cracking as she screams, Don't play dumb, I saw you destroying the tower with my own eyes. Her yelling continues, desperate and frustrated. What are you even after? Why would you do something like that? Asura watches the scene unfold, his expression cold and unimpressed. As Kim Yuta listens, Kalina's voice rings out, filled with 2 years of frustration. If it weren't for you, because of you, I've been wandering this wasteland for 2 whole years, in this ruined world. I could have gone back to my original world long ago. Just as she finishes her sentence, a hand smacks down on her head. With Kalina now face down in the dirt, Asura stands over her dismissively. You sure talk a lot for someone who lost. Kim Yuta can only sweat drop at the sudden turn of events, utterly bewildered. What? As the sun rises, casting a warm glow over the landscape, the tense atmosphere finally begins to settle. Having calmed down completely, Kalina now kneels on the ground, speaking with genuine regret. Sorry, I misunderstood and almost hurt you. With her head bowed low and her weapons cast aside, she offers a sincere apology. I'm really sorry. Kim Yuta scratches the back of his head with a reassuring smile. It's okay, haha. It was more than reasonable to misunderstand. Please stand up. Once on her feet, Kalina looks at Kim Yuta with a sense of wonder. Anyway, it's honestly amazing that you made it all the way to the top of the tower with those stats. Kim Yuta's expression turns serious as a thought crosses his mind. Could I take another look at your stat window, Kalina? Just a moment. Here, Kalina says, promptly pulling up a translucent blue screen in front of her. The stat window reveals the impossible. Kalina is level 86, but her core stats, strength, agility, intelligence, and luck are all just 1. And below that, an astounding 86 million unused stat points. The sight leaves Kim Yuta utterly stunned. His eyes are wide with shock as he says out loud, I still can't believe it. You reached the top of the tower. His mind still reeling, Kim Yuta thinks to himself, with stats like this. He glances over at Assura, who is meditating with a calm but powerful pink aura. That's basically leveling up and never using your stat points. The thought continues, echoing in the silence. For this to even be possible, this person. As they walk through the forest, a startling comparison enters Kim Yuta's mind. Is she as strong as that old man? He then turns to Kalina and asks, you said there was nothing at the top of the tower, right? Kalina looks ahead, her expression somber as she confirms his question. Yeah, there was nothing, instead. She recalls the moment she reached the peak, standing before the dissipating tower. Not even the usual monsters in sight. The tower started to disappear with an error message. Stats are insufficient. Kim Yuta processes this new information, his hand to his chin as the pieces click into place. An error happened because the stats weren't high enough. Then that was definitely Eshua's doing. Kalina looks at him, startled and confused by the unfamiliar name. Eshua. Kim Yuta's gaze hardens as he explains their mission. The being that gave us these stat windows and powers and called us to the tower. We're chasing that being to find a way back to our original world. As Kalina gazes at the setting sun, a new understanding dawns on her. Then that means she's also. Her attention shifts to Assura, who is sitting cross-legged, enveloped in a swirling vortex of fiery energy as he meditates. But what is he doing right now? Kim Yuta deadpans, equally unsure of the spectacle. Good question. The energy around Assura intensifies, flaring up with immense power as he continues his meditation. The golden rings he holds begin to glow and spin, forming a radiant, pulsating orb of light between his hands. Suddenly, the energy erupts from Assura in a massive, ground-shattering pillar of red light that shoots toward the sky. Kim Yuta shields himself from the intense shockwave, debris flying around him. What is this now? In a flash of spiritual energy, an image of Assura's astral form appears, bound by heavy chains. A brilliant light explodes from his chest as if he's breaking one of his seals. Yuta and Kalina watch in utter disbelief. Yuta thinks, his mind blown by the sheer scale of the power on display, he's just restoring one danshin. Why is the effect so flashy? Just as the thought crosses his mind, a jolt of energy seems to strike Kim Yuta, his eyes flying open in shock. He clutches his head, gritting his teeth in pain as his eyes glow a haunting gold. NNGH, my head. A horrifying vision flashes through his mind. A magnificent castle being torn apart by explosions, crumbling into ruin and flames. The vision of destruction continues as meteors rain down from the sky, obliterating the city below in a series of fiery explosions. Amidst the chaos, a single glowing humanoid figure floats ominously, seemingly the source of the devastation. The vision focuses on a woman with silver hair, her face a mask of pure terror and despair as she lets out a heart-wrenching scream. No. Snapping back to reality, Kim Yuta sweats, his eyes wide with lingering horror from the vision. What are these? Memories? He thinks. Those faces look familiar. The immense energy finally subsides, and Assura rises to his feet, standing tall as the dust settles around him. He examines a faint flicker of energy in his palm. My internal power has started to flow a little, but it's still far from enough. His expression hardens with resolve as he clenches his fist. I'll need more of this power to break the seal on my danshin. Assura's thoughts turn to a memory of a silhouetted woman with glowing red eyes. So I have to use that power. He stares intently at the lingering image of his mysterious adversary, finishing his thought with grim determination. To undo her seal, A sharp, predatory grin spreads across Assura's face as a new plan forms in his mind. Interesting. Turning back to the group, Assura makes a bold declaration. I've figured out how to get my strength back. If I use this energy, I'll be able to fully restore my Danshin. With a wide, eager grin, he points forward, ready for action. So hurry up, let's head to the next tower, brat. Kim Yuta looks hesitant, raising a practical objection. But mister, not every tower has an heir's power, right? He continues to voice his concern, his expression thoughtful. There might be towers without an heir yet. A soft voice interjects, No, I know the way. Kim Yuta turns in surprise, realizing who spoke. Nova. His eyes go wide with shock as he stares at her altered appearance. Why do you look like that? Nova floats in midair, her entire body enveloped in a gentle pink aura, her eyes glowing with the same vibrant energy. She looks up, a sense of wonder on her face. I don't really know what happened either, but I can feel it now. Her hair floats as streams of purple energy connect to her. She begins to explain her newfound perception, all the big and small powers that make up this world. The streams of energy converge, and a brilliant light flashes around her as she fully grasps her new sense. I think I can tell where they're flowing, she announces with newfound certainty. Now floating confidently, Nova points the way forward. So let me guide you, she declares. Her expression is fierce and determined as she finishes her sentence, to where the heir's power is. Kim Yuta looks on with a newfound sense of purpose as Nova announces their goal. To our next destination. The scene shifts. Late at night, under a bright full moon, stands a massive Gothic castle. Mist swirls around the dark, towering spires of the ominous castle, its windows glowing with a faint, eerie pink light. This is the heart of the demon realm. Inside, the grand hall is vast and silent, decorated with regal banners hanging from the high walls. The quiet is broken by the sound of polished dress shoes clicking against the stone floor. A stern-faced elf with neatly combed silver hair and a monocle appears. He's dressed immaculately in a formal suit, exuding an air of cold professionalism. This elf, Graydon, begins his report to a figure off-screen. The farmland Bloodwind Field, personally designed by the Demon King, sends a share of the harvest every month as maintenance cost. He continues, his tone even and formal. And the Dark Mine is on schedule to deliver 1 gold bar every month. The camera pans up to a horned figure slouched on a massive throne, listening to the report with a thoughtful HM tilde. A greedy, toothy grin spreads across the Demon King's face as he chuckles with satisfaction. Good, haha. At this rate, hitting 1 million coins isn't far off, haha. Still smiling, the Demon King dismisses his subordinate. Graydon, you've worked hard all this time too, so take a break, tilde. Graydon, however, remains still. There is just one unusual report. The Demon King leans forward slightly, his interest piqued. Unusual? The throne room seems to stretch on endlessly before him. Graydon explains. Yes, while a soldier was patrolling the east wall, he spotted an unidentified group. His gaze sharpens as he delivers his analysis. It's not confirmed yet, but based on my analysis of who they might be. Standing before the crimson-lit stained glass windows, Graydon makes his conclusion. It seems that a new hero party has appeared in the demon realm. The Demon King scoffs at the news. A new hero party? They still haven't learned their lesson. He looks up, a vicious, predatory grin revealing his sharp fangs. His red eyes glint with malice. Fine then, bring on whoever they are, because whoever they may be. As he speaks, a vision appears before him, showing the very heroes he's talking about. Asura, Kaelina, Kim Yuta, and Nova are walking together, completely unaware that they are being watched by their next powerful enemy. The Demon King finishes his sentence with a furious vow. They won't take a single step into My Castle. A new day dawns, with a clear blue sky full of fluffy white clouds. A system message appears over a medieval-looking town. Player Kaelina's stats have been confirmed. The system continues its process. System code approved normally, transporting to tower number 8. A group of people materializes in a flash of purple light. One of them, a man with black hair, looks around in surprise. What the? We got inside the tower, just like this. He remarks to his companion, it certainly is more convenient, if you have stats in this world, hee. The muscular man with long hair scoffs at him. Pathetic wretch, you're still harping on about some blue windows. The muscular man thinks to himself with a grim expression, Even the time spent doing this is a waste. I must recover my Danshin quickly. He turns to the small girl, Kalina, and asks, "So, kid, where is that successor guy or whatever?" A hand points towards a large building in the distance. The successor's power is... The view shifts to a grand castle as the voice finishes, right inside. Inside the castle's throne room, a voice bellows out in anger. "You failed to subjugate the Demon King again, Hero Evan." An old commander with a gray beard shouts furiously, "Just how long must we wait until you catch the Demon King?" A young man named Evan James, with light brown spiky hair, smirks as he replies, "Ah, Tilda, we were really almost there, but the equipment suddenly broke at the last minute, you know, hee." Evan continues his excuses with a grin. "If you could just support us with slightly better equipment, I think it would really be possible this time, hee." From the throne, a figure looks down at Evan. "Equipment? Just a few months ago, we granted you top-tier equipment, did we not?" Evan chuckles nervously. "Ah, Tilda, hee, that is true, but the weapons weren't really my style, hee." Evan gets a sly look on his face. "Ah, and while we're at it, how about selecting some new saintesses? Lately, my divine power seems to have weakened a lot, hee." The old commander seethes with rage, gritting his teeth. "Your shamelessness truly knows no bounds." He slams his fist on the armrest of his throne and shouts, "Evan James, you are no longer the hero of our kingdom." As guards point their spears at a stunned Evan, the commander delivers his final verdict. "You shall be banished from our kingdom." Evan tries to deflect with a nervous laugh, promising things will be different this time. "Ha ha! Why are you suddenly being like this again? I'm telling you, this time will be different, the secret weapon I have prepared." But the commander roars, completely ignoring the pathetic excuse. He reveals that he knows everything. "Do you think I don't know that under the pretext of subjugating the Demon King, you have been squandering the national treasury and living dissolutely?" The commander's patience runs out. He glares at Evan with cold fury, giving him a final warning. "If you do not take your leave at this moment, I will execute you right here and now." But Evan is completely unfazed, waving a hand dismissively. "You're really being extra today, Tilda. Do you know how much effort I've put into this country?" Before he can finish his sentence, the throne room wall explodes inwards, sending Evan and the surrounding guards flying. The royal guards stumble back in shock and confusion. "What is this? What is happening suddenly?" From the dust of the explosion, Assura appears, looking around tensely. "Don't tell me. Is it a raid by the Demon King's army?" The small spirit girl with them ignores the chaos, pointing directly at the fallen Evan. "Mister, it's that person. I can feel the successor's power from that person." That's all Assura needs to hear. He lunges toward Evan, his eyes blazing. "If you don't want to die, hand over your power immediately." The guards, seeing Assura as an intruder, raise their weapons. "How dare you cause a commotion? Do you not know where you are? Subdue that bastard immediately." One of the guards declares the penalty for their intrusion. "The punishment for defiling the royal family is immediate execution." Assura's fist clenches, his patience worn thin. In an instant, Assura unleashes a single punch, and the force sends the charging guards flying through the air. Watching from the throne, the commander can only utter a single sound of disbelief. "Oh." He stares in stunned silence, his mind racing. What was that just now? 2 royal guards were sent flying, with just a single punch. A slow, wicked grin spreads across Evan's face as an idea forms in his mind. He thinks to himself, that guy is." Suddenly filled with confidence, Evan scrambles to his feet and points at Assura's group. "Look, Your Majesty, these people are the secret weapon I spoke of." As Kim, Yuta, and Kalina look on, bewildered, Evan continues his desperate sales pitch. "It's not only this man who has superhuman strength, every single person here is much stronger than your average S-rank mercenary." He gestures grandly to the newcomers, making a bold declaration. "Together with these people, we will surely subjugate the Demon King, Belzar." Hearing this, Assura's head whips around, his expression turning to one of sheer annoyance as he realizes he's being used. "What?" The scene shifts, showing people walking peacefully on a street in the town. The scene cuts back to the town street. With a sudden, loud crash, Evan plummets from the sky, smashing into a pile of wooden barrels right before the party's eyes. Instantly, Assura is on him, steam rising from his body in fury. He looms over the dazed man and demands, "What kind of bullshit are you spouting?" Still sitting amidst the wreckage of the barrels, Evan laughs it off. Ah, Tilda, sorry. Are you guys new players or successors? Kim Yuta looks surprised by the question and hesitates. Ah, well, we are. Evan quickly jumps up and throws a friendly arm around Yuta, cutting him off. No, Tilda, forget it. Stuff like that isn't really important. He gets straight to the point, recalling Asura's earlier threat. From what you said, it seems you're after the successor's power. A wide, scheming grin spreads across Evan's face as he points a thumb at himself. In that case, you've come to the right place. Let's take care of the Demon King together. Asura's thoughts are dismissive and hostile. Shut up already and quit the nonsense. A menacing, fiery silhouette of his power looms over Evan. I just need to extract that power from your body. Evan doesn't even flinch. He glances back with a cool, knowing look. Oh, Tilda, really? He smirks, issuing a challenge. Then try taking it. You seem confident that you won't destroy the successor's power. Extracting it by force. Asura's confident expression falters at this unexpected complication. His eyes widen in shock and anger. He growls, what did you say? Evan casually explains the crucial system rule Asura was unaware of. What? Didn't you know that? If you forcibly take another successor's power, it gets destroyed. The little spirit girl pops up on Kim Yuta's shoulder as Evan lays out his deal. So, if you clear the Demon King subjugation quest with me, I'll hand over my power willingly. Yuta listens in silence. Assura is unimpressed by the offer, turning away. Enough, that's a worthless proposal. But Kim Yuta steps in to reason with him. Mister, wait a moment. It might actually be true. Li Chanwu's power wasn't forcibly taken either. He gave it to us himself. Evan lets out a thoughtful hum, realizing he's found the reasonable one in the group. He turns to Kim Yuta, extending a hand. You're someone I can talk to, huh? I haven't introduced myself yet. Nice to meet you, I'm Evan. Yuta hesitantly accepts the handshake. Ah, yes, I am Kim Yuta. Yuta tries to ask for more information. I have a question, though, about not being able to take the successor's power by force. How do you? But Evan loudly cuts him off, eager to close the deal. Now then, Tilda. Evan pushes for an answer, turning to the other two with his hand outstretched. What about the rest of you? Deal. Kalina looks to Asura, admitting their difficult position. I don't trust him, but it seems we don't have much of a choice. What do you think? Asura remains silent, his expression grim as the decision falls to him. After a tense silence, Asura reluctantly agrees, but with a sharp threat. If I sense even the slightest trickery, I will twist your neck immediately. Evan just laughs nervously. Of course, he. With the deal struck, Evan claps his hands together, all business now. Anyhow, since we've come to an agreement, shall we get our equipment sorted first? The scene changes to a desolate, volcanic wasteland under a fiery red sky, with rivers of lava flowing between sharp, rocky peaks. A figure in new armor steps onto the scorched earth. It's Evan, looking around in awe. So this is the demon realm where the Demon King resides. The rest of the party, now also outfitted in armor, takes in the vast, hellish landscape. Asura remarks, it's more spacious than I thought. Evan, clad in shining full-plate armor, strikes a heroic pose and shouts, Now, let's go subjugate the Demon King. But the moment is ruined as Asura smashes the heavy pauldron off his own shoulder. Evan yells in disbelief, Ha! What do you think you're doing? Asura tosses the broken armor piece aside, completely unconcerned. Things like this only get in the way. I don't need them. Evan looks utterly dejected. Okay, he mumbles, adding quietly to himself, it was expensive, though. He then turns his attention to Kalina, who hasn't changed her outfit. You don't need it either. Kalina simply looks ahead, content with her own gear. I like it. Asura grows impatient with the delay. Don't stall for time. Where's the Demon King? Evan points toward an ominous Gothic castle looming in the distance, its silhouette dark against the red sky. Usually, in these hero genre worlds, we have to at least reach the Demon King's castle. Suddenly, a strange sound echoes from the castle as multiple objects are launched into the air. They look like modern-day missiles. The missiles streak across the sky, leaving trails of smoke as they arc towards the party's location, causing them to stop in their tracks. A red triangular targeting reticle suddenly appears on the ground around them. Yuta stares up in horror. What are those now? Wait, don't tell me those are missiles. As the missiles bear down on them, Evan panics and shouts at the sky. No, hold on, doing this from the start is foul. The scene shifts to the Demon King's throne room. From his seat of power, he looks down with contempt. "Stupid hero, bastard! Have you still not learned your lesson even after being beaten so much?" Demon King Belzar, a man with sharp red horns, smirks as he coolly operates a glowing, holographic terminal. "I'll deal with you properly this time, using my greatest masterpiece." A targeting system on his screen locks onto the party. With a wicked grin, he taps the console to launch the attack, announcing its official designation. Antihero hybrid state-of-the-art fully armed absolute fortress ver 81. Evan, I will blow you away perfectly. A full-scale missile barrage rains down from the sky. A terrifying and unexpected attack launched from the Demon King's castle, leaving the party completely exposed and helpless below. Kim Yuta looks up in disbelief as a cluster of missiles suddenly appears in the sky. It's a total genre clash, and Yuta calls foul on the Demon King for bringing modern weapons to a fantasy fight. Evan James reacts instantly, his eyes glowing as he prepares a magic barrier to shield the group. He blocks the entire volley with a massive purple energy dome called the Universal Warehouse. Once the smoke clears, the hero quickly checks to make sure everyone is still standing. Yuta and L are genuinely impressed. He managed to stop all those high-tech projectiles at once. Yuta and L exchanged a silent look as they sized up Evan James. Despite his usually annoying and pathetic demeanor, it was clear that a successor is still a successor. James curses Belzar for going all out right from the start of their encounter. The hero gathers the party to explain the gravity of their situation. He explains that everything in the demon realm is part of a massive dungeon designed by the Demon King himself. It's a wasteland of lava and jagged rocks where the environment itself can be used against them. Right on cue, a mechanical Gatling gun turret rotates into position to lock onto the group. The turret opens fire, shredding the ground and forcing everyone to scramble for cover. High above, Demon King Belzar is actually manning the gun, taunting Evan for bringing companions along. He laughs, asking if they really thought he'd just let them waltz into his castle. Evan is fuming now, his teeth clenched as he prepares to settle his grudge with Belzar. He demands that the Demon King stop hiding behind traps and come out for a fair fight. The hero's eyes flash with a pink light, showing he's ready to go all the way. Belzar just smirks at the challenge, clearly having no intention of playing fair. He waves his hand, and a blue system screen pops up right in front of him. Yuta's jaw drops when he realizes the Demon King is using a status window. Seeing the interface makes him realize that Belzar isn't just a monster, he's a player too. Digital cubes start surrounding the party as Belzar tells them to watch the update. He announces the new Demon Realm dungeon, designed specifically for their arrival. A system notification pops up confirming the download of new map data. The tower system logs the update for the new dungeon layout. Before anyone can react, the party is forcibly warped away to the new dungeon. Yuta ends up in a dark stone corridor filled with green gas and skeletal remains. He barely has time to breathe before he's tumbling down a trapdoor, screaming about the unfair difficulty. He can't believe he triggered a massive trap just by touching a single loose brick. Yuta tries to catch his breath, wondering how many more death traps are hidden in these walls. Suddenly, Kalina leaps into action, swinging her heavy axe through the air. She smashes through a rain of falling boulders that were about to crush them both. The warrior stands her ground, calmly asking Yuta if he's still in one piece. Yuta is just relieved to see a friendly face in this hellhole. Looking around the foggy hallway, they realize they've been separated from the rest of the group. Yuta explains that they're stuck in a classic dungeon created specifically by the Demon King. Kalina gives him a blank stare, having no idea what a dungeon is supposed to be. He tries to explain it in gamer terms, saying these kinds of mazes pop up in games all the time. The place is a massive, multi-level labyrinth designed to keep anyone from finding the exit. Kalina admits she's already tried a few different paths, but she keeps looping back to the same spot. She looks at the endless stone walls, worried they'll never find a way out of this maze. Kim Yuta isn't giving up, deciding his first priority is to track down Evan and Assura. He's betting on the fact that Assura will definitely have some crazy way to break through this dungeon gimmick. Sure enough, Assura is already busy putting his fists to work, slamming the ground with a massive shockwave. As the dust settles, the martial artist stands there looking totally unbothered while the others watch in silence. Evan immediately loses his cool, screaming at him to stop smashing everything because it's messing up the navigation. Assura doesn't even look back, basically calling the hero a loudmouth who's all talk and no action. He decides he's done with the games and walks off to find his own path through the rubble. Evan just sighs and lets him go, figuring he'll just loop back to the starting point anyway. He turns his attention back to the task at hand, realizing the Demon King really didn't hold back this time. He checks his Pathfinder compass again, but the thing is completely useless in this messed-up maze. Feeling the weight of the situation, the hero slumps down on the stairs while the little spirit elf floats nearby. He knows that if he fails here, there's no way he can ever show his face in the kingdom again. El breaks the silence, asking why he never mentioned there was another successor in the tower. She looks at him with a serious expression, sensing there's a lot more to the story than he's letting on. Evan tries to play it off, acting like he has no idea what she's talking about. But El isn't buying the act, pointing out that Demon King Belzar is clearly a player just like him. She explains that she felt the exact same successor's power coming from the Demon King. Evan finally drops the act and smirks, admitting that she's a lot sharper than she looks. He sits back and confesses the truth. There were actually two players who reached the top floor together. El listens intently as the hero starts revealing the hidden history of the tower. He explains that they thought they'd cleared it as a team, but the Goddess Eshua had different plans for them. Instead of one winner, she split the successor's power right down the middle. Evan was sent back to the human realm to live among his own kind. Meanwhile, Belzar was banished to the demon realm to rule over the monsters, causing them to become bitter rivals. El is stunned, realizing that the hero she's following might have some very dark motivations. Evan claims he wasn't lying about giving them the power, but it's useless as long as it's incomplete. He drops a bombshell, stating he doesn't actually care about being the successor at all. His face turns genuinely terrifying as he reveals his only true desire is to murder Belzar. The raw hatred in his eyes is enough to make the little spirit tremble in fear. Just as quickly, he snaps back to his usual self and laughs it off, telling her not to take him too seriously. He gets up to try and find the path again, just as Assura prepares to launch another devastating punch. Evan tries to warn him one last time that he's just going to end up right back where he started. Assura has zero patience for the lecturing and tells the windbag to just shut up and follow him. He looks back with a confident grin, claiming he's already found the actual way out. Evan is caught completely off guard, wondering what the hell the martial artist could have possibly found. Down in the shadows, a secret spiral staircase has been revealed, leading even deeper into the dungeon. Far below, an elegant demon in a crisp suit stands ready, gripping his sword as a mysterious light shines down. He adjusts his monocle, nodding that the hero actually managed to bypass the maze, and decides it's time to handle things personally. They're right back at the dragon statue for what feels like the 100th time. Kalina realizes the dungeon is just resetting them back to the start whenever they take a wrong turn. She's stumped on how they're supposed to find the right path when any marks they leave just vanish. Kalina asks Yuta if he notices anything off about the dragon statue they're staring at. Looking at it again, the proportions of the carving don't seem to match the original. Yuta agrees, it definitely looks smaller and the whole thing feels way sloppier. Suddenly, everything clicks for him. He tells Kalina he's figured out the trick to beat this place. His plan, just turn right around and go back the way they came. Kalina looks at him like he's lost his mind, completely lost on what he's planning. She's skeptical that retracing their steps is going to help them get anywhere. Yuta just laughs and says trying anything is better than just wandering aimlessly. Kalina sighs and decides to trust his crazy plan for now. They head back into the dark corridor together. They keep a steady pace, hopping they're actually making progress this time. They reach the dragon statue again, but the atmosphere feels different. Yuta has a huge grin on his face because his prediction was spot on. He explains that even though the hallway looks identical, they've actually moved forward. He tells Kalina to take a good look at the wall. She's completely stunned by what she sees. One of the torches that was dark before is now burning bright. Yuta explains the goal is to light every torch by searching for things he calls anomalies. Kalina stops him, needing a serious explanation of what he's talking about. She's never heard of a dungeon working like a puzzle game. He breaks it down. An anomaly is just anything that's different from the usual dungeon. Like a spike trap suddenly popping out of the floor where it wasn't before. Or a weird eye symbol appearing on a wall that was plain a second ago. The rule is simple. If everything looks normal, move forward. If you spot an anomaly, turn back. They just have to keep repeating this until all the torches are lit. Kalina stares at him, wondering if he's actually serious about this. She doesn't fully get the logic, but she's willing to follow his lead to get out. Yuta gives a confident thumbs up, leaning on his years of hardcore gaming experience. Another torch flares to life, proving his gamer instincts are paying off. A massive stone gateway finally grinds open at the end of the hall. Yuta celebrates because the path to the next floor is finally open. Kalina admits she's impressed he actually managed to solve a riddle like that. Back in his old life, Yuta was the type who had to play every new game released to be satisfied. He tells her he caught the first anomaly, the small statue, the moment he saw it. Kalina gives a small smile and thanks him for the save. They reach the end of the path and find a massive hole leading deeper into the dungeon. It's time to head down and hopefully reunite with the rest of their party. They arrive in a giant arena, wondering exactly where they've ended up now. Yuta is looking around for Mr. and Evan, but the massive arena seems completely empty. Suddenly, a shadowy figure with glowing red eyes looms right behind him, ready to strike. Kalina shouts a warning just as a blade flashes. She barely manages to block the sneak attack with her axe. Sparks fly as the heavy metal of the axe head meets the assassin's rapier. The attacker is a silver-haired elf in a suit who mocks them for actually surviving the Demon King's maze. He seems almost impressed that they've managed to reach this floor at all. Yuta tries to counter, but the guy is moving like a ghost. The elf is a blur of light trails, dancing around them with impossible speed. He makes it clear, as long as he's breathing, no one is getting anywhere near his master. Yuta is stunned. He's never seen anyone move this fast in his life. He realizes he can't even follow the guy's movements with his eyes. Kalina tries to close the distance, but the speed difference is way too much. She goes for a horizontal slash, but the butler just leaps over it with ease. He's completely relaxed, dodging every one of her strikes without breaking a sweat. The metal-on-metal clang rings through the arena as she struggles to find any opening. Kalina takes a breath, focusing every ounce of her strength on her next swing. She puts her back into it, but once again, she's just swinging at thin air. Suddenly, the butler closed the gap and appeared right behind her, his rapier leveled pointedly at her throat. Her eyes go wide as she realizes she's completely lost track of him again. The elf smirks, fully enjoying the look of shock on her face. He starts attacking from all directions at once, leaving her with no room to breathe. Kalina grit her teeth as she takes a few hits, realizing she's being toyed with. She knows she can't win a contest of pure speed, so she's going to have to try something else. The elf butler starts walking toward her, mocking her for being far too slow. He tells her that a heavy weapon like that will never be enough to land a hit on him. He was fully convinced that victory was already in his hands, but his moment of arrogance was cut short as his monocle shattered into pieces. Kalina just stares at him and repeats his words back with a cold, terrifying smile. She accesses her system inventory and pulls out a massive, multi-barreled Gatling gun, the ultimate counter to a speedster. Kalina realizes her standard axe swings are doing absolutely nothing against this guy's insane speed. She decides to swap tactics, opening her inventory to pull out something much more heavy-duty, a literal Gatling gun. Yuta is floored. One second she's got a sword, and the next she's hauling around a piece of modern artillery. He realizes she's using the system's inventory window to hot-swap her gear instantly. Even with a giant gun, Yuta's still worried since the boss is on a completely different level. Kalina doesn't hesitate, holding down the trigger and letting the bullets fly. Graydon is incredibly fast, weaving through the hail of lead like it's a light drizzle. Seeing the gun isn't enough to pin him down, Kalina reaches back into her inventory for another surprise. She tosses a grenade right at him while keeping the pressure on. Graydon doesn't even flinch, slicing the canister clean in half before it can hit him. But it was a trap. Instead of shrapnel, the room is instantly filled with a thick cloud of smoke. Caught off guard, the demon butler realizes too late that it was a smoke bomb meant to blind him. He figures she's trying to hide her movements to get a sneak attack in. He's right. Kalina is already drawing a fresh blade from the void and lunging through the haze. She swings with everything she's got, closing the gap in an instant. The sword was just another distraction. She swaps again mid-swing, this time for a massive battle staff. She slams the staff against his blade, locking him in place. Suddenly, the head of the staff starts crackling with intense blue electricity. A massive burst of lightning erupts from the weapon, engulfing the area in a blinding flash. Watching from the sidelines, Yuta is absolutely floored by how many weapons she's cycled through in one fight. Looking at her now, he feels like his own stats are basically a joke compared to her versatility. As the smoke begins to settle, the room goes quiet for a heartbeat. Graydon brushes himself off, actually sounding a bit impressed. He admits he's never seen a player fight like this. He gives her credit for being able to handle so many different weapon types with such high skill. Then the mood shifts. He tells her it's been a fun warm-up, but those were just trivial tricks. A dark, oppressive aura starts oozing out of him, dyeing the air a deep purple. Yuta gets a bad feeling as Graydon starts talking about a power he has yet to use. He's about to unleash a fraction of the ancient demon power sealed within his sword. He's ready to show them that all those fancy weapon swaps won't mean a thing once he gets serious. But before he can even finish his dramatic speech, a massive shadow looms over him as something crashes through the ceiling. It's Assura. He comes falling down like a meteor, and Graydon's smug expression vanishes instantly. The impact is absolute, shattering the stone floor and burying the boss under the rubble. Assura just stands up and looks around casually, like he didn't just turn the area boss into a pancake. Graydon is out cold, pinned under the wreckage. Yuta and Kalina can only stare in silence. The guy who was just bragging about his demon power is now just a literal floor mat. They look up and realize Assura didn't use the stairs. He just smashed a hole straight through every floor of the dungeon. Just then, Evan shows up, surveying the destruction. He's amazed Assura made it all the way down here by just destroying the floors. Yuta just scratches his head. It's a pretty brute force method, but he guesses it's very on brand for the guy. Evan laughs it off, saying even he didn't think Assura would actually follow through on his plan to just break his way to the end. Evan keeps chatting, clearly impressed that Assura is far more capable than he initially thought. Assura isn't in the mood for small talk, though. He's already looking ahead. Yuta looks down at the defeated butler, wondering who this guy really was and what his connection to the Demon King is. Evan explains that the guy they just flattened is Graydon, the personal butler of Demon King Belzar. Apparently, this guy is actually the second in command of the entire demon realm. In any normal scenario, he's a nightmare to deal with, especially once he transitions into his second phase. Evan laughs about how lucky they were that Assura crushed him into the floor before he could even transform. He's actually pretty impressed that they managed to hold their own against someone that strong with just a party of two. Yuta tries to act humble, giving all the credit to Kalina while claiming he just watched from the back. Since the boss is down for the count, Yuta wonders if the dungeon is officially cleared. He figures the exit has to be around here somewhere. Kalina points toward a doorway at the far end of the hall. A massive gate that was sealed shut until a second ago has finally swung open. Yuta is ready to get moving and get this dungeon over with. He's feeling pretty confident, thinking they should just ride this momentum all the way to the Demon King. Assura isn't quite as enthusiastic, calling Evan a damn hero and asking how much longer they have to do this wretched exercise. He's getting impatient and wants to finally meet this so-called Demon King. Evan just laughs it off, telling him to stay patient because they're almost there. He claims that once they clear the next stage, they'll be standing right in front of their final target. He tells everyone to just hang in there for a little bit longer. Yuta, starting to get suspicious, though, asking how Evan can be so sure about what's waiting for them on the next floor. Evan treats it like it's obvious, saying that after a mid-boss, the main boss is usually right around the corner. He plays it off as being a huge game enthusiast, claiming these kinds of patterns are basic common sense. He flashes a big smile and tells the group to go on ahead while he follows right behind. He says he just needs a minute to check the room for any remaining gimmicks or loot. Yuta goes along with it, though he still looks a little bit unsure about the guy. The group starts making their way toward the exit, leaving Evan alone in the massive hall. As soon as they're out of sight, the silence in the room becomes heavy. Evan's friendly hero persona completely vanishes, replaced by a cold, predatory grin. He looks down at the unconscious Graydon and decides it's time to finish things his own way. He holds his hand out, and a dark, swirling energy starts to form in his palm. He activates a hidden skill called Otherworld Warehouse, and a dark purple portal opens up right under the fallen demon. Graydon's body is pulled into the void, vanishing from the floor entirely. A pillar of light descends as the storage process finishes, leaving no trace of the boss behind. Evan smirks to himself. It turns out he's not just killing these bosses, he's collecting them. Behind him, a mental gallery reveals a massive wall of figures he's already captured. Graydon makes 70. His gaze turns toward the next floor with a chilling ambition. Hopping the Demon King Belzar will provide more of a challenge. The crew finally makes it to the first floor of the Demon King's castle. It's a massive, creepy Gothic hall with a long red carpet leading straight up to some grand stairs. Kim Yuta looks around, clearly impressed by the sheer size of the place. Nova is right there with him, floating along with that same wide-eyed look. Yuta is strutting around, looking pretty pleased with himself. He thinks they made it here way faster than anyone expected. He lets out a big laugh, completely overconfident. In his mind, the Demon King is basically toast now that they have their secret weapon. Assura just stands there, looking as intense as ever. That red aura is practically screaming that he's ready to tear something apart. Evan keeps talking Yuta's ear off, acting like this is gonna be a cakewalk. He's convinced that one good punch from Assura will end the whole show. He points out that even though it looks like a regular castle, the whole place is actually just one massive dungeon designed by Belzar. The idea of the entire castle being a single dungeon seems to throw Yuta for a loop. He just repeats it back, trying to wrap his head around the scale. The camera pans up to the high, arched ceiling with those red banners hanging everywhere. It's eerie how quiet the place is. So far, there isn't a single monster in sight. It's like they've got the whole place to themselves. Suddenly, the air starts glitching out with these blue digital particles. Something is starting to materialize right in front of them. Yuta doesn't waste a second and draws his sword. This definitely isn't the quiet welcome they were hopping for. He shouts out, wondering if this thing is some kind of summon from the Demon King. He's definitely on high alert now. It turns out it's not even a monster. It's a blue, faceless guy made of data. Yuta realizes it's just dummy data, probably a system defense. A holographic screen pops up with Demon King Belzar laughing his head off. He's impressed they made it this far after taking down his butler. Belzar isn't worried at all, though. He brags about collecting all their combat data and says he's got something special in store. He introduces his masterpiece to the group. The blue dummy starts changing, growing long white hair that looks exactly like Assura's. Yuta just stares in shock. The thing is finished transforming, and it's a literal blue copy of their strongest guy standing right there. The clone stands tall, looking like a perfect muscular replica made of glowing blue energy. It's basically a mirror image of Assura's physique. Seeing a digital version of his most terrifying ally has Yuta completely stunned. He can't even find the words. Assura steps up to the plate, facing down his own glowing reflection. The rest of the team hangs back to watch the heavyweights go at it. The real Assura looks more annoyed than anything else. He asks what kind of lowly wretch would even dare to copy his form. Yuta is starting to sweat now. Dealing with one monster mister is scary enough, but two of them is a total nightmare. The clone doesn't say a word, just stands there with that blank face and long hair. It feels every bit as dangerous as the original. Assura's boots hit the floor with a heavy thud as he walks toward his double. He's not here to talk. He suddenly bursts out laughing, finding the whole mimicry idea hilarious. He thinks it's funny that the system thinks a puppet can actually copy him. He reaches out and slams his hand onto the clone's chest. It's a total power move, basically telling the machine to bring it. He looks the dummy right where its eyes should be and asks if it can actually copy his fist. He's about to prove that it can't. The clone doesn't wait and throws a massive punch that hits with a blinding flash. The impact is insane. A shockwave rips through the hall, tearing up the carpet and sending rocks flying. That blow had some serious power behind it. The blue construct stands its ground, fist still out as the dust settles. It looks like it didn't even flinch. Yuta is watching from the side, looking pale. He can't believe something is actually able to trade hits with Asura like this. Asura stands there, totally unfazed. He scoffs at the attack, saying his own fist couldn't possibly be that weak. He lunges forward with a wild grin, winding up for a strike. He tells the dummy to try copying him for real this time. Their fists collide with a massive crack, releasing a huge burst of energy. The whole room shakes from the force of it. The two of them become a total blur, trading high-speed kicks and punches. It's a martial arts fight that shouldn't even be possible. The clone drops low and gathers a glowing white aura around its fist, getting ready for another heavy strike. It delivers a brutal downward punch that slams Asura into the floor, creating a massive crater. Asura skids back across the broken tiles but stays on his feet. If anything, he looks like he's actually having fun. The clone doesn't give him a break and lunges forward to keep the heat on. They start trading a barrage of rapid-fire punches, their arms moving so fast they look like a dozen different limbs. Yuta is losing his mind watching this. He can't wrap his head around a data clone actually fighting on par with Asura. Yuta watches the duel with a grim look, starting to realize that his imagination wasn't playing tricks on him after all. Kalina decides she's seen enough and readies her massive sniper rifle, the suppressor clicking into place as she takes aim. She pulls the trigger, sending a high-velocity beam of energy tearing through the air toward the data clone. But the dummy is way faster than it looks, casually reaching out to catch the shell mid-flight like it's a toy. It doesn't just stop the bullet, it activates a skill Yuta knows all too well, the Otherworld Universal Warehouse. The projectile hits a wall of purple digital squares and is instantly sucked into storage, completely neutralized by the system. Kalina's eyes widen as she stares at her rifle, unable to believe her best shot was just swallowed up by a glitch. The dummy doesn't just store the attack, it immediately triggers the erupt phase to launch that kinetic energy right back at her. A massive shockwave blasts through the hall, sending Kalina reeling as the floor buckles under the sudden pressure. Asura isn't about to let a fake have the last word, lunging at the blue construct with teeth bared and intense eyes. The two of them become a blur of motion again, clashing with enough force to send sparks and data fragments flying everywhere. The dummy starts getting fancy, pulling a giant warhammer out of thin air using another one of the party's stolen inventory slots. It swings the massive hammer with terrifying ease, the blue light from its body reflecting off the polished metal. A massive explosion of white energy follows the impact of its six-path smash, turning the red carpet into a cratered mess. Yuta screams out for Asura, his face pale as he watches his most powerful ally get caught in the massive blast. High above them, Belzar's holographic face is practically splitting with laughter at the chaos his masterpiece is causing. The Demon King mocks them from his screen, bragging about how perfect his duplication of their strongest data turned out to be. The dummy stands tall with the warhammer, looking like an unstoppable boss that doesn't care if they all combine their strength. Evan is absolutely fuming, calling Belzar a coward for hiding behind a bunch of stolen digital puppets. Evan is in total shock, realizing that the Demon King didn't just copy Asura, he's actually using the entire party's own skills against them. The whole castle seems to be under Belzar's thumb, a massive gothic trap he's been perfecting while they were busy climbing. Evan looks over at the pile of rubble where Asura landed, yelling at him to snap out of it and stay alive. He starts to think that maybe Belzar was right. They might actually have to work together to stand a chance here. But then a low, gravelly laugh comes from the ruins, as Asura starts to find the whole situation genuinely amusing. He's completely insulted that a lowly wretch of a machine thinks it can mimic the absolute pinnacle of his martial arts. He stands back up, dusted in rubble but looking more dangerous than ever as he mocks the dummy's interesting little trick. He brings his foot down with a heavy stomp, the ground beneath him shattering as he starts to tap into his real power. He tells the fake to try and copy his Fist King Asura style, a technique that requires way more than just raw data. Asura keeps his focus on the blue puppet, his voice dripping with disdain for something that has the form but none of the soul. Another stomp sends even deeper cracks, spiderwebbing across the stone tiles, as his presence begins to overwhelm the room. He tells the construct to watch closely, because it's about to see something that its system definitely can't calculate. He launches a punch called Destroy, a massive strike that looks like it's trying to erase the very air in front of him. The collision creates a blinding white and gold explosion that lights up every corner of the dark Gothic hall. When the light fades, the dummy is still standing, but its body is a total mess of glitching pixels and missing limbs. Even while falling apart, the machine's hand glows as it reaches into the digital void to summon one last weapon. It pulls out the holy sword of Asterion, another one of Yuda's high-tier items, radiating a divine golden light. Yuda's eyes practically pop out of his head. That's his ultimate weapon, and now it's being held by a faceless blue freak. The dummy raises the golden blade high, gathering energy at the tip as it prepares to drop the ultimate judgment on them. It unleashes celestial judgment, raining down a column of divine light that looks like it's coming straight from the heavens. Assura doesn't flinch and charges straight into the explosion, meeting force with force to deliver a devastating counterattack. He pours everything into a flurry of strikes, his fists moving so fast they look like a dozen blurred limbs hitting at once. A massive fiery mushroom cloud erupts where the two powers meet, turning the entire throne room into a total war zone. The smoke from the massive explosion begins to settle, revealing the wreckage left in the throne room after the clash. Assura stands tall amidst the haze, his eyes locked on the blue puppet as he points out that it's definitely the weaker version. He clenches his fist, nodding that the data clone lacks the true internal energy needed to use his blast technique to its full potential. With a scoff, he prepares for the next exchange, dismissing the construct as a mere imitation that's run out of tricks. The clone's body glitches violently, and a red system warning flashes across the air as it registers critical damage to its structure. In a desperate bid to survive, the data clone triggers its final defense system, forcing its energy output to the absolute maximum. Kim, Yuta, and Kalina watch from the sidelines, their faces pale as they wonder what exactly a final defense system entails for them. The blue clone morphs, its hair spiking up as it enters a high-output second phase that radiates a terrifying amount of pressure. Assura doesn't look impressed at all, calling the puppet stubborn as he braces for whatever desperate last stand it's about to make. A red glow flares in Assura's eyes as he leans in, asking if this pathetic struggle is really how the thing wants to die. The powered-up clone charges across the floor like a blue bolt of lightning, leaving a trail of digital static in its wake as it lunges. It reaches into a digital void, summoning a heavy weapon directly from its inventory to try and even the odds against the real Assura. The construct leaps into the air and brings down a massive battle axe in an earth splitter style, aiming to crush Assura where he stands. Assura's fist begins to burn with a fierce orange aura as he winds up for a counter that's going to end this fight once and for all. He screams "Destroy" as his punch connects, unleashing a pillar of fire that completely engulfs the clone's axe and its body. The blue data clone is blown apart, its torso shattering as a system warning confirms that over 50% of its data has been damaged. Assura isn't done yet. He lunges through the flames and grabs the puppet by the face, ignoring the system errors screaming about data recovery. With a brutal display of strength, he slams the clone's head down into the stone tiles, cracking the floor beneath them as he does. He grinds the fake's head into the rubble as the defense system begins a total shutdown, red error boxes filling the air around them. A final notification pops up over the carnage, stating that the entire corresponding system is being completely destroyed. Assura stands over the remains with a dark grin, telling the trash mimicry to finally disappear for good as it glitches out. High above the chaos, the Demon King's Gothic castle stands silent under the full moon, looking every bit the part of a final boss's lair. Back in the throne room, the last remnants of the data clone dissolve into a cloud of blue pixels and fatting static. Demon King Belzar watches the whole thing unfold from his private chamber, his hand on his chin as he deals with a string of fatal errors. He looks genuinely annoyed that his high-level dungeon boss was taken out so quickly, watching the data dissipate on his screens. His red eye narrows as he acknowledges that Assura didn't just break the boss. Shutting down the whole defense system was a bold move. Belzar leans back on his throne and admits that this raid isn't going to be as easy as he originally planned. A wicked smile creeps onto his face as he mentions he's prepared a very special gift just to stop someone named Evan. He lets out a manic laugh, vowing to put a stop to their plans with his own hands before they get any further into his castle. Meanwhile, the party reaches a massive courtyard outside the final chamber, the sound of a fountain echoing through the architecture. Assura steps forward with a confident stride, announcing to the rest of the group that they've finally made it. The group finds themselves standing before a set of colossal, ornate doors topped with a glowing red stained glass window. Evan can't help but brag, laughing as he tells Assura that pushing just a little bit further was definitely the right call. He gives Mr. all the credit, nodding that taking out those high-level monsters in a single hit saved them a ton of time. They look up at the massive entrance, Evan admitting it would have been a nightmare to get this far without Assura's help. With a heavy groan of stone and metal, the final stage's doors slowly creak open, revealing a chamber bathed in an ominous red light. Evan leads the charge into the massive, cathedral-like hall, shouting for everyone to stay together for the final showdown with the Demon King. But as they step inside, the boisterous knight suddenly stops in his tracks, his voice trailing off as he looks around the empty room. His eyes scan the cavernous space in confusion, wondering aloud where the hell the Demon King actually went. The hall is completely abandoned, and Evan starts to wonder if the big bad actually ran away from his own castle in fear. Suddenly, a siren blares, and a red warning screen activates a protocol for annihilating the intruders. Large canisters built into the walls begin to leak a thick, lime-green toxic gas that starts flooding the floor where the party is standing. Kim, Yuta, and Kalina immediately recoil, covering their mouths as the pungent green smoke fills their lungs. They cough uncontrollably, realizing too late that the empty hall was a meticulously prepared death trap designed to catch them off guard. Kim Yuta stumbles back, his hand gripped tightly over his face as he looks up in disbelief at the figure standing before him. He struggles to find his breath, shocked that a Demon King would stoop to using such underhanded methods as chemical warfare. A figure looms through the thick emerald haze, his face completely obscured by a heavy-duty tactical gas mask. The Demon King's voice is muffled but clear as he mockingly asks how his Venomex tastes, nodding that the effect is certainly guaranteed. Demon King Belzar stands tall amidst the swirling poison, his red eyes glowing through the goggles of his mask as his horns catch the dim light. He declares with cold finality that their deaths were sealed the very moment they inhaled his toxic creation. Massive tanks in the Demon King's castle hiss, venting thick green gas into the air. System alerts flash everywhere, announcing the start of the intruder annihilation protocol. Kim Yuta covers his mouth as the smoke hits him, realizing with a shock that the Demon King has resorted to chemical warfare. Kalina and the rest of the group are immediately overcome, coughing violently as the toxic fumes fill the throne room. A steady footstep echoes through the haze, undisturbed by the poison. A voice laughs, mocking the group for falling into such a simple trap. Demon King Belzar steps out of the shadows wearing a modern gas mask. He gloats that nobody has ever survived his newly prepared Venomex. With a smug look, the Demon King taps a button on his digital interface to ramp up the toxicity. Belzar walks through the green mist with his arms spread wide, his eyes glowing red as he tells the intruders they're already dead. Red warning screens announce that the concentration of gas has hit 72%, making the air almost entirely lethal. Evan James yells for everyone to hold their breath, warning them that even a single breath of this gas is a death sentence. He quickly produces a glowing blue antidote potion, promising to distribute it to the group immediately. Assura ignores the gas entirely, lunging forward with a focused gaze as he closes the distance to the Demon King. A powerful kick connects, creating a massive impact that rocks the entire chamber as Assura engages Belzar directly. Belzar stares in disbelief, shocked that Assura is moving perfectly fine despite inhaling the lethal concentration of Venomex. The martial artist just looks at him with cold, unimpressed eyes. The Demon King decides to switch tactics, pulling out a high-tech injector gun for a more direct delivery. He raises the gun and fires the injector directly into Assura's body. A needle sinks into Assura's forearm, injecting a concentrated dose of poison straight into his system. Belzar gloats that this concentrated version is far stronger and impossible for any human to endure. As the Demon King brags about rotting organs, Assura shatters the gas mask with a single, devastating punch. The blow sends Belzar flying across the room, leaving his mask in pieces on the floor. Assura casually pulls the needle from his arm and crushes the injector like a piece of scrap metal. He stands engulfed in a golden aura, explaining that his body has long since reached a state of absolute poison immunity. With the Demon King down, the system announces a critical error in the protocol, and the green gas begins to fade away. Kim Yuta downs the blue potion as the air clears, taking deep gulps of the antidote. Still catching his breath, Kim Yuta thanks Evan James, admitting he only made it out because of those potions. Evan and Kalina look back at the room, with Evan commenting on how crazy it was for the Demon King to lead with gas. Kim Yuta smiles, realizing that both he and Kalina would have been goners if Evan hadn't stepped in so quickly. Evan James just laughs it off, acting like it was no big deal. He says he's just glad he brought along plenty of emergency items for situations like this. Kalina looks at the potion in her hand, feeling frustrated that she let her guard down and didn't bring any antidotes herself. She turns and gives Evan a sincere thank you for saving them. Evan gives a thin smile and suggests that she should really be thanking the guy who actually fought the Demon King. They all look toward Assura, who stands with his back to them, looking completely unfazed by the encounter. The group watches from a distance as Kim Yuta admits he never expected Assura to finish the boss that quickly. Walking up to him, Kim Yuta laughs and calls the whole fight practically speedrun-level speed. Assura doesn't share the humor, giving them a sharp look and reminding them not to forget their promise. He tells them to hand over that power immediately, since he's held up his end of the bargain. Evan James's expression shifts into a wide, suspicious grin. He reassures them that he hasn't forgotten, laughing as he turns his back to them. Evan walks away, saying that all that's left is to press the quest completion button. He continues walking into the smoke, telling them not to worry and promising they'll get the power soon. The system quest window pops up, asking if he wants to complete the successor's ritual quest now that the Demon King is defeated. Evan James laughs to himself as he stares at the glowing quest window, savoring the moment he's been waiting for. He recalls the annoyance of constantly having to find new party members, while the Demon King kept shifting the dungeon's tricks. He thinks back to the absurdly difficult boss fight against the butler, Graydon, nodding that just the memory of the encounter is enough to give him trouble. Kim Yuta watches the hero, who is still chuckling about nearly growing old and dying while trying to raid the castle. Yuta gives a sympathetic laugh, urging Evan to hurry up and press the quest completion button. Evan stands with his back to the group, admitting that despite the hardships, life in the tower wasn't all bad. He remembers the thrill of being worshipped as a hero in town, and having the freedom to take whatever he wanted from the kingdom's treasury. His mind drifts to the Saintess, recalling how much he enjoyed using his divine status as an excuse to take her out on dates. Staring at the prompt, Evan realizes that ending the quest means all those luxuries will vanish. His eyes turn cold as he looks back at Assura and Kim Yuta, deciding that giving up his lifestyle would be far too much of a waste. Yuta notices the change in the hero's face, his expression hardening as he senses something is wrong. Evan breaks into a manic laugh, declaring that since it's such a shame to end things now, he'll just start over from the beginning. A red system window pops up with a chime, announcing that the successor has refused to complete the quest. The mission suddenly branches into a hidden third route. The castle begins to glow with an ominous red light as the system prepares to reset all tower data except for the successors. A countdown timer appears, showing just over a minute remains. Kim Yuta and the tiny fairy Nova stare at the chaos in utter disbelief. Yuta demands to know what Evan is thinking, unable to understand why he'd want to restart after coming all this way. Evan gives a sharp, sidelong glance, stating plainly that he likes his life in the tower too much to let it end. With a crazed look in his eyes, he tells the group that he wants to enjoy this life forever. He explains the difficulty. If he didn't clear the quest within the time limit, the Demon King would have won. To avoid that, he discovered a method to intentionally trigger a bug that resets the entire tower. Evan mocks Yuta and Asura, telling them that their data will soon disappear while thanking them for helping him reach the reset so easily. He laughs triumphantly, enjoying the look of shock on their faces as the countdown continues. Suddenly, a massive black cube drops from the sky with a thunderous sound. The cube slams into the stone floor right next to Evan, sending shockwaves through the chamber. Demon King Belzar appears through the smoke, his eyes cold as he reminds Evan that he wouldn't let things go his way. Red system windows flash, stating that the quest has been modified and a tower reset is no longer possible. Belzar stands enveloped in purple energy, declaring that he has personally patched the bug Evan was abusing. The system messages confirm that the world's data will remain exactly as it is. The Demon King stares down the hero, his power radiating in waves of dark energy. Evan stares at him in total shock, unable to believe that the Demon King could interfere with the tower's code. He grits his teeth, sweating as he realizes his plan to restart is falling apart. Belzar raises his hand, crackling with energy, and tells Evan that his tampering ends here. A transparent blue field suddenly snaps into place, trapping Evan inside a rigid movement restriction zone. System windows announce that a system overdrive has been activated, preventing Evan from moving for the next 10 minutes. Belzar looks on with a calm but menacing expression. He explains that Evan's constant resets gave him all the time he needed to learn the tower's structure. Through all those loops, he saw the mess of flaws and contradictory code that Evan was exploiting. The Demon King points out that those same bugs were exactly what allowed him to take control of the system. Evan stares at him with wide, fearful eyes as the realization hits him. Belzar begins to walk toward the trapped hero, stating that Evan won't be doing any more resets. A dark aura pulses as he steps closer, declaring that it's time to end this cycle right here. Energy surges around the Demon King as his cape billows in the wind, his power reaching a peak for their final game. Red system windows finalize the setup, isolating the combat space and forbidding any third-party intervention in their duel. Scene change, a massive stone tower rises high into the sky, its many levels disappearing into the bright blue expanse above the clouds. Below, in the damp darkness of the tower's lower levels, monstrous creatures prowl through the stone corridors. Belzar, wearing his dark traveler's cloak, raises his hand to channel a powerful spell. A violent surge of purple energy erupts from his palm, instantly disintegrating the monsters in his path. He turns to his companion, shouting to Evan James that the moment they've been waiting for has finally arrived. Evan, his body engulfed in a brilliant blue aura, leaps through the air toward a pedestal to destroy the dungeon's heart. With a powerful strike, he shatters the glowing artifact, sending shards of light flying in every direction. Digital system windows appear in the air, confirming the destruction of the colony core and the elimination of all nearby monsters. The monsters crumble into data fragments and vanish. Evan laughs, boasting about how easy the stage turned out to be. He walks alongside Belzar, grinning as he declares that there's no challenge they can't overcome together. Evan looks around the dungeon in wonder, remarking that the world is a perfect recreation of a virtual reality game. He suggests that this world might even be a utopia, designed specifically for people like them. Belzar remains serious, cautioning Evan not to let his guard down before they know what the next stage holds. As they move deeper into the misty hall, Evan dismisses the concern, feeling completely invincible. He looks at Belzar with total confidence, calling him the game developer and trusting his knowledge of the world. A close-up of Belzar's face shows him staring ahead, simply agreeing with his partner's sentiment. Belzar reflects on their journey, nodding that, just as Evan said, they climbed the tower without failing a single time. He recalls how the world followed the logic of a game, where a clear strategy existed for every obstacle. Images of glowing, high-level weapons appear as Belzar explains that the stats and rules were already familiar to him. A system screen displaying his own profile appears. He thinks about how his background as a developer made conquering the tower relatively simple. Eventually, the pair reached the pinnacle of the tower and finally met the entity responsible for creating the world. Standing in a grand, sunlit hall, Belzar and Evan face a mysterious woman with long silver hair named Eshua. Evan's eyes are wide with excitement as he asks if clearing her special quest will truly let them create a new world. Eshua, dressed in a flowing white gown, offers a subtle smile and confirms that his assumption is correct. Evan laughs in disbelief, calling the opportunity bonkers and asking Belzar, whom he calls Belzar, if there's any reason to refuse. He sees it as a golden chance to build the dream world they've always wanted to live in. Evan eagerly imagines being a player in the new world Belzar will create, but Yuta's voice cuts through his excitement. Belzar looks at him with a determined expression and states that he intends to return to his original world. Evan is stunned into silence, unable to comprehend why anyone would choose their old reality over this one. He argues passionately, calling their previous lives a gutter compared to the wonders of the tower. Belzar doesn't waver, looking back with glowing red eyes as he asserts that reality is still reality, no matter how bad it is. He believes that no created world, no matter how perfect, can ever truly replace their original home. Evan is desperate, calling out to his friend by his old name, Belzar, as he struggles to accept the decision. Eshua watches the two friends disagree and suggests a different way to settle the matter. She explains that the tower's ultimate reward, be it succession or returning home, can only be granted to one person. To decide whose wish will be granted, she challenges them to prove themselves with their own strength. Her gaze turns sharp and cold as she declares that only the one who clears the final quest will receive the reward. In the present, a glitching purple barrier continues to isolate the battlefield, with system warnings flashing across its surface. Kim Yuta stands with his companion Assura, looking at the chaotic energy with a confused and troubled expression. He wonders aloud why the Demon King suddenly resurrected after he thought the battle was over. Asura remains silent and focused, staring into the intense red light filling the chamber. A hand reaches into the center of the energy, gathering a swirling orb of white and gold light as the final duel begins. Asura thrusts his fist directly at the barrier, aiming to force a system breach. Instantly, red system alerts flash everywhere, warning of abnormal interference and critical errors. Watching from the sidelines, Kim Yuta and a blonde-haired woman look on in shock at the escalating power. Kim Yuta calls out in concern as the space begins to warp around the combatants. Asura channels his power, his expression grim as purple lightning crackles around his hands. He demands to know what Evan James and Belzar hope to achieve with this interference. The system warns that an external shock has caused a major error, with the intervention exceeding all allowed parameters. Beneath the alerts, Evan James faces off against Belzar within a vast digital void of neon grids. A hand glows with an intense violet light as a system overdriver message activates. The air hums with the sound of a powerful spell being channeled. A colossal pillar of purple energy, part of a Judgment Rain attack, crashes down through the digital grid. The force of the impact sends shockwaves rippling through the virtual environment. Evan James stands firm on the glowing grid floor as an intricate magic circle activates beneath his feet. The space around him pulses with blue and violet light as he prepares to retaliate. Evan James readies himself, multiple magic seals appearing around his hands as he prepares his next move. He activates his Mirror Gate skill, his expression full of arrogant confidence. Dozens of white energy beams rain down from the sky, targeting Belzar as he stands alone in the center of the grid. He makes no move to dodge, bracing himself for the onslaught. Belzar is engulfed in the light of the descending beams, but a red alert for system overdrive and an absolute barrier appears. He remains unharmed, his cloak fluttering in the energy storm. As the dust settles, Belzar walks calmly through the digital haze toward his opponent. Evan James breaks into a wide, ecstatic laugh, clearly impressed by the level of power on display. A close-up of Demon King Belzar shows his calm, calculated gaze as he reflects on the situation. Evan, meanwhile, stands there stunned, forced to acknowledge the complexity of a system that can manually rewrite rules and create such a unique space. Evan James's face is twisted into a manic grin, his eyes wide with a mix of awe and madness. He tells Belzar that he was always the one destined to inherit the tower's ultimate power. The two figures stand small against the infinite backdrop of the purple gridded world. Belzar asks why Evan doesn't just take the power for himself if he finds this artificial world so appealing. Belzar's face is set in a grim expression as he looks away, his red horns glowing faintly in the dim light. He declares that no matter how many times the tower resets, he will never choose to inherit its power. Evan James lets out a sharp laugh, his side profile showing a casual, dismissive smirk. He claims to have no interest in the burden of such a responsibility, finding it to be nothing more than a hassle. Shouting that his only desire is to enjoy the tower as a player for all eternity, Evan James lunges forward with a powerful punch. The intensity of his conviction is reflected in his wide-eyed, frantic expression. Suddenly, the digital curtain cracks and shatters into pieces. Jagged lines of darkness spread across the glowing grid as the very foundation of this space collapses. Assura smashes through the debris with overwhelming force, his silhouette wreathed in shadows. Evan James looks up in genuine shock, his eyes wide as he realizes a third party has entered the duel. With a thunderous crash, Assura unleashes a devastating strike that levels the surrounding terrain. A massive explosion of light and rock fills the air, completely disrupting the battle between Evan and Belzar. Demon King Belzar looks on in stunned silence, his red eyes wide as he tries to process the sudden intrusion. He can only utter a single word of confusion as he watches the new combatant land. Evan James is forced to his knees, coughing as he struggles to regain his breath from the shockwave. Assura stands over him like a judge, reminding him that he had been given a fair warning. Assura stands tall and imposing, golden lightning crackling around his muscular frame. He tells Evan James that after attempting such a deceptive move, he has no right to complain, even if it costs him his life. Assura stands amidst a storm of crackling lightning, his expression grim. He's finished playing along with Evan's schemes and looks ready to end the charade right here. Evan James stammers, backing away with his hands raised in a desperate plea for a moment to explain. He knows he's pushed the wrong man too far and is visibly shaking. He tries to talk his way out of the situation, warning Assura that a reckless move will destroy any chance of obtaining the successor's power. He thinks the system's logic will still protect him. Evan explains that if the quest ends with a victory for the Demon King, Belzar will simply return home with the reward. If that happens, Assura gets absolutely nothing for his trouble. Assura remains completely silent, his cold gaze fixed on the man who tried to manipulate him. The threat of losing a quest reward clearly doesn't mean much to him. Evan grows even more frantic, claiming that without a successor, everyone and everything in this tower will just vanish. He's trying to make himself sound like a necessary part of the world's survival. He shouts for Assura to go kill the Demon King right now instead, hopping to redirect the martial artist's lethal intent toward the boss. It's a last-ditch effort to save his own skin. Assura doesn't hesitate for a second, closing the distance with a speed that the system shouldn't allow. He ignores the plea and lunges straight for his target. A spray of blood bursts from Evan's mouth as the weight of the situation finally hits him. He stares in shock as Assura's presence looms over him like a death sentence. Assura looks down with total contempt for the concept of quests and rewards. To him, all that system logic is just a bunch of nonsense that doesn't apply to a true warrior. He doesn't care about the proper way to do things. If there's power stored inside Evan's body, he decides he'll just rip it out himself right here and now. Evan stares up, paralyzed by fear as he realizes Assura is about to do the impossible. He stammers that extracting an incomplete power shouldn't even be possible within the game's rules. Assura clenches his fist, a dark purple aura swirling violently around his arm as he prepares to strike. The air around them crackles with the sheer force of his chi. He unleashes the Fist King Assura style, shattering origin annihilation. The impact sends a shockwave through the floor, shattering the ground beneath them. Evan lets out a silent scream as the blow connects right in his chest. His internal world is torn apart by the raw power of the technique. A massive explosion of golden and white energy erupts from the point of impact, lighting up the entire area. The force of the strike is literally tearing through the fabric of the tower's reality. Red system notifications flare up in the air, announcing that the successor's power is being forcibly extracted from the player's body. The tower's code is being rewritten in real time. Demon King Belzar watches from the side, his jaw dropping at the sheer insanity of what he's witnessing. He can't wrap his head around the level of power this man is displaying. He realizes that this man isn't just fighting, he's literally shattering the tower's foundational system with nothing but his bare fists. He begins to wonder if anything can stop him. Assura stands in the center of the chaos, his focus entirely on the energy he's pulling from the system. To him, the tower's complex laws are nothing more than a simple child's game. Fatal error messages flood the air as the system suffers a complete crash. Due to the extraction, the entire quest is being forcibly terminated. A thick cloud of dust and debris settles over the battlefield as the violent energy finally begins to dissipate. The air is heavy with the smell of ozone and spent chi. Evan lies broken on the ground, blood pooling around him as his life force drains away. He's lost everything he spent so long building. He lets out a weak, hollow laugh. He knew this guy was strong from the moment they met, but this level of power is just laughable to him now. Assura stands tall, holding a glowing golden orb of pure data in his hand, the prize he just forcibly claimed. Evan can't believe something this nonsensical is actually happening. Evan gazes up at the ceiling, realizing his grand plan has reached its final, pathetic end. He asks himself if this is really how his story is supposed to conclude. A blue window confirms the failure of the successor's ritual. For Evan, seeing the quest end without a successor makes all his effort feel entirely pointless. He looks over at Belzar, admitting that if he'd known it would end like this, he should have just let the Demon King have the win. The rivalry suddenly seems hollow. Evan's breathing slows as he looks back on the long journey that led them here. He speaks with the clarity of a man who has nothing left to lose. He describes the quest as a hellish and disgusting game that only ends when one of them dies. He's tired of the cycle they've been trapped in. His mind drifts back to the past, remembering the dark silhouette of the tower where his obsession first took root. It was a simpler time before everything went wrong. He recalls a different time when he stood victorious over his rival, declaring that this round finally belonged to him. He was full of hope back then. In the memory, he gripped his sword with determination, obsessed with the idea of inheriting the tower's power and creating his dream world. He was convinced he was the hero. Belzar was the one on the ground then, wounded and silent while Evan stood over him. The dynamic between them has always been one of conflict and cycles. Evan had a triumphant smile on his face, convinced that his victory was the only way to save the world within the tower's walls. He didn't see the flaw in his dream. Evan looks down and asks why he didn't just take the power sooner if he wanted it so badly. He wonders why Belzar kept delaying the inevitable. Evan points out that if the Demon King had accepted the quest from the start, neither of them would have had to die so many times. That loop was a cage created by the Demon King himself. The Demon King falls silent for a moment before telling Evan the harsh truth. This entire world is nothing more than an illusion created by the Goddess Eshua. It is a fake reality built on lies. Belzar's gaze was heavy with pity. To him, trying to create a new dream inside a pre-existing fake world was just worthless and meaningless effort. He had told Evan to just kill him already and stop feeling guilty about it. He claimed that even with a do-over, he likely would have made the same choice. Belzar had looked at him with a tired expression and called Evan the true winner of their quest. He'd conceded the victory with a sense of finality. Contrary to Belzar's expectations, Evan's fist clenches tight. He tells the Demon King not to be so ridiculous. Evan James stares at his status window, refusing to accept a defeat that would end his dream world. He can't imagine letting the quest conclude on anyone else's terms. Belzar watches in silence, blood dripping from his chin, as the man who wanted to be a hero starts to ramble about how much this world meant to him. Evan admits that the dungeons and challenges Belzar created were the most fun he'd ever had as a player. Even at the end, he views everything through the lens of a game. He closes his eyes for a moment, wishing he could just keep living in this artificial world forever with his favorite rival. It was the only place he felt like he truly belonged. The flashback ends as the successor's ritual is officially terminated, with brilliant red warnings flaring up all around. A wide view of the chamber shows the characters standing in a fatting digital grid. The system announces that no successor has been found to inherit the tower's legacy. A final message appears in the air, stating that all data related to the tower is now slated for immediate deletion. The world is literally falling apart around them. Evan looks at his body, which is beginning to disintegrate into pixelated embers. He admits that now that death is a reality, he's starting to feel a wave of sudden regret. He looks away, confessing that even if it was just a fake illusion, he truly loved being part of the world Belzar built. He wanted to see more of it. Assura stands tall, his shadow looming over the dying player. He calls Evan a raucous brat who still hasn't realized how foolish he's being even at the very end. He mocks the idea of clinging so desperately to a world constructed by someone else's hands. To him, there's nothing honorable about hiding in a dream. Evan looks up, startled by Assura's blunt judgment as his body continues to vanish into fragments of light. In a fading vision, Evan sees himself drifting through a purple void, as Assura's voice hammers home the reality of his situation. Assura tells him that repeating a finished game over and over, trapped by rules he didn't even make, is the ultimate height of folly. He's been living a lie. He believes a real man belongs in the real world, standing firmly on his own 2 feet instead of hiding behind a digital shield. He stares Evan down, declaring that a comfortable illusion can never be a substitute for a real life. The dream has finally come to an end. Evan stands stunned, the weight of Assura's words hitting him harder than any physical blow ever could. The truth is now impossible to ignore. He lets out a small, bloody laugh, finding it ironic that a middle-aged man from the Murim world would be the one giving him a lesson on what it means to be human. He asks what the point of telling him this is now that he's already dissolving into nothingness. It's far too late for a new beginning. He tries to look on the bright side, claiming he had a good run filled with adventures and plenty of beautiful women along the way. He gazes at his hand as it turns to digital dust, trying to convince himself that it was a decent life after all, despite the illusion. With his final breath, he decides that if he ever gets a second chance, he might actually try living in the real world Assura talked about. Status windows pop up one after another, confirming the complete deletion of the player's data. The battle zone's maintenance protocols are failing rapidly. The one-on-one battle zone deactivates, the digital walls vanishing to reveal Assura standing alone in the chamber with the golden orb in hand. Kalina and Kim Yuta rush forward, their eyes wide with relief as they see that Assura is still safe and in one piece. Yuta looks around the empty room in confusion, wondering what happened to both Evan and the Demon King during the combat blackout. Belzar appears near them, his tone somber as he reveals that Evan lost his power and has vanished from this world forever. There's no coming back from this. He looks at Yuta, confirming that they will never see their former companion in this world again. The quest has taken its final toll. Yuta repeats the words, his face pale as he tries to grasp the fact that Evan is simply gone. It's a heavy realization to process so quickly. Belzar explains that Assura was the one who stripped Evan of his power, which by default handed the quest victory to the Demon King. The system's logic was turned on its head. He looks toward the tower's ceiling as purple energy begins to consume the structure. He announces that he will soon be returning to his own original world. Without the system's power to hold it together, the tower will be deleted along with all the data it contains. Nothing will remain of this prison. He mentions the Goddess Eshua, identifying her as the one everyone in this world believes to be their creator. He speaks her name with a cold edge. He offers to share her whereabouts, knowing that finding the goddess is their ultimate goal. He's finished with his role in her game. Yuta is frozen in shock, unable to believe the Demon King is just handing over the location of their primary target without a fight. He stammers, asking how Belzar could have possibly known they were searching for Eshua in the first place. The Demon King seems to know more than he should. Belzar doesn't answer directly, instead glancing over at Assura and the overwhelming presence the man carries with him. He says there's no doubt that Assura possesses the specific power needed to destroy the entire world that Eshua built. He's seen it with his own eyes. Belzar clenches his fist, confessing that he also wanted to destroy this fake world just as much as Assura does. He's been waiting for this chance. He reveals that Eshua was the one who imprisoned both him and Evan in this digital cage, and the entire system was her creation. She's the jailer. Yuta listens intently as Belzar prepares to reveal a secret he learned while uncovering the tower's deepest mysteries. The atmosphere is thick with tension. Belzar drops a bombshell. This world wasn't actually created by Eshua. Rather, it existed from the very beginning, long before her system was ever imposed upon it. Kim Yuta looks up at Demon King Belzar, his face reflecting shock as he processes the revelation about the world's origin. He asks for confirmation, hardly believing that Eshua isn't the true creator. Belzar confirms the truth, his expression somber. He explains that they were under a false impression. The world existed long before the system was ever imposed upon it. He looks directly at Yuta, explaining that in order to stabilize her grip, Eshua had to impose a rigid, artificial framework over the natural reality. The image shifts to a vast, surreal landscape where several colossal towers pierce through a thick layer of clouds, standing as monuments to the system's absolute control. Belzar notes that it was more efficient for her to divide the world into these smaller, manageable segments known as towers, rather than trying to control it all at once. Kim Yuta stands with the small spirit perched on his head, both of them listening intently to the Demon King's forbidden knowledge about the world's structure. Yuta's mind races as he questions why he didn't realize the truth sooner. The scale of the goddess's deception is starting to sink in. A close-up of Yuta's determined eyes shows him contemplating the much wider world that exists beyond the artificial and suffocating boundaries of the towers. Bold text emphasizes the core of the mystery. Eshua intended to rule this world through the power of the system from the very beginning. Belzar stands before Yuta, theorizing that the goddess is likely stationed at the absolute center of this world, managing the very towers she created. He speaks of the heart of the first tower she ever built, the point of origin for the entire system they've been trapped in. In the distance, a massive, jagged tower of dark stone and intricate Gothic architecture rises into a stormy sky, the Administrator's Tower. Kim Yuta and Kalina exchange a wary look, the name Administrator's Tower echoing in their minds as their daunting new destination. Belzar continues, his jaw set as he gives them their next goal. While he will soon return to his original world, they must find Eshua in her tower. He gives them a final charge, his voice low and serious. He asks them to avenge Evan James in his stead, since his time here is finally at an end. Assura stands nearby, the golden orb of the successor's power hovering between his hands. He scoffs, stating he was planning on doing so anyway, even if hadn't been asked. Belzar looks at the group with a rare moment of empathy, admitting it's a pity what happened to them and their companion in this world. He identifies the damned woman, who summoned them as the root of all the tragedy they've endured since arriving. Assura stares at the power in his palm, his expression hardening into a mask of pure resolve. He vows to storm the goddess's tower and destroy her along with this artificial world. With everything settled, Assura turns his back and begins walking toward a massive, swirling purple portal of energy. System windows flare to life, announcing that the quest has officially ended and a portal has been generated for the player's departure. Yuta runs after Assura, shouting for him to wait and asking if they can be taken along to the next stage of the journey. Belzar still stands there, a faint, enigmatic smile touching his face as he acknowledges the vitality of this party. Behind them, the tower they just conquered begins to break apart, chunks of masonry floating upward as the structure dissolves into purple digital noise. System notifications confirm that the returner's ritual is complete and all data associated with the tower, save for the returner, is being erased. A final, glowing blue interface appears before Belzar, asking if he truly wishes to return to his original world. The moment of finality has arrived. Belzar looks at the screen, his expression unreadable. He wonders aloud why the system always waits until everything is already over to ask such questions. He reaches out a hand toward the digital screen, stating firmly that there is no longer any reason for him to remain in this artificial world. The system pings with a successful selection. You have selected return. The process cannot be undone. Belzar stands tall as his digital form begins to fragment into pixels. The system offers a final congratulatory message as the data transfer begins. He looks toward the horizon, a sense of melancholy in his eyes. He admits that he's actually going back just like this, leaving everything behind. A close-up of his face reveals his final, unspoken regret. If it were possible, he would have wanted to return home together with Evan. His body continues to crumble into glowing blue shards of data, leaving him a lonely figure in the vast, empty space between worlds. He finds himself missing the days when they were just two ordinary friends, long before they were caught up in the goddess's twisted game. In a brief flashback, Belzar and Evan are shown as regular humans in the real world, laughing and enjoying a video game together on a couch. In the present, the tower's destruction reaches its climax, the massive structure splintering into thousands of pieces against a bright, clear sky. From a safe distance, Kim Yuta and the small spirit watch in silence as the monument to the system's power completely vanishes from the landscape. Yuta observes that without a successor to hold its power, the tower simply cannot sustain itself and naturally ceases to exist. It was all a house of cards. Kalina turns to Yuta, her face etched with concern. She asks where exactly this administrator's tower that the Demon King mentioned could be located. Yuta looks thoughtful, nodding that while Belzar said it was at the center of the world, no one actually knows where that center is. Finding it won't be easy. Kalina steps forward, her resolve clear as she looks out at the horizon. She says that their first task must be to figure out the geography of this world. The golden power of the successor pulses with a rhythmic light, a beacon of hope for their uncertain future as they prepare to explore the world beyond the tower. Assura sits in a focused, meditative pose, a massive pillar of brilliant blue light erupting from his body and piercing through the clouds above. Kim Yuta gasps and winces, clutching his chest in pain as he feels a sharp, echoing resonance with the energy flooding the area. Yuta's face twists in distress as he reveals that a torrent of unfamiliar and fragmented memories is once again surging into his mind with overwhelming force. High above the world, a slender, dark tower floats in the starry void of space, its jagged peak adorned with a concentrated sphere of pulsing purple energy. The architect stands on a platform amidst the stars, watching the purple vortex swirl and crackle with raw, destructive power as it reacts to her presence. She slowly extends a pale, graceful hand toward the center of the anomaly, her fingers nearly brushing against the flickering edge of the violet energy. Holographic screens flare to life around her as she gazes into the heart of the vortex, her long, pinkish-white hair whipped about by an unseen cosmic force. A complex web of blue data windows fills the space, displaying dense rows of alien script and complex system code that pulse with an eerie light. A close-up reveals a faint, chillingly satisfied smile on the architect's lips as she monitors the progress of the system's latest internal changes. Standing tall against the backdrop of glowing screens, the architect exudes a sense of cold, calculated dominance over the digital world she oversees. Back in the forest, Assura stands amidst a lingering aura of white light, nodding that the power he just claimed is finally starting to crack the goddess's seal. He examines his clenched hand, his brow furrowed in frustration as he concludes that his current strength is still vastly insufficient to fully restore his damaged Danshan. Kim Yuta looks on with a mixture of awe and nervous uncertainty, wondering just how much more power the martial artist truly needs to achieve his goals. Assura turns to face Yuta, his tone commanding as he explains that they must prioritize breaking the remaining seals on his internal energy before confronting the final tower. He warns that if they fail to act quickly, he will once again fall prey to the goddess's wicked arts and lose his progress to her mental interference. He begins to walk away, his heavy footsteps emphasizing his words as he declares that they can no longer afford to waste time traveling together as a single group. Assura points a finger directly at Yuta, shocking the young man with the announcement that they must now separate and take charge of individual towers on their own. Yuta's face contorts in pure terror, his mouth agape and eyes bulging as the sheer, suicidal insanity of the task Assura is demanding begins to sink in. He cries out in desperation, questioning how someone as weak as he is supposed to clear a tower and secure the successor's power without help. He looks at his own trembling hands, admitting that someone like him, who possesses zero special abilities, couldn't possibly survive such a mission alone. Assura suddenly strikes Yuta with a sharp, stinging slap to the top of his head, silencing his protests and calling him a pathetic fool for his lack of resolve. As Yuta crouches on the ground nursing his head, Asura looms over him and bluntly states that their current weakness is a result of their total lack of physical conditioning. He clenches his fist with a sudden, terrifying intensity, promising that the special training he has in store will force a complete and total transformation upon them. Standing heroically with his hair billowing in the wind, Asura gives Yuta a fierce, predatory look and vows to forge him into a warrior stronger than anyone else in this world. The morning sun breaks over the mountain range where the training continues. It's a peaceful view, but the silence is about to be shattered. Kim Yuta lunges forward with a desperate shout. He grips his sword tight, pouring everything into this one charge. Asura doesn't even move from his spot, but a massive shockwave erupts around him. The force sends Yuta flying backward through the air. Yuta slams hard into the rocky ground, sending up a cloud of dust. His sword clatters away as he struggles to catch his breath. He gasps for air, coughing up a spray of blood onto the dirt. The sheer physical toll of the sparring is starting to show on his face. Looking up at the towering figure of Asura, Yuta asks if his master could maybe go a little easier. He's barely holding on at this point. He clutches his ribs, complaining that his whole body feels like it's on the verge of breaking. Every session feels like he's just being systematically dismantled. Yuta grumbles that he hasn't even been able to swing his sword properly yet. To him, there's no point in a spar that ends in a single second every time. Asura looks down at him with a stern, unforgiving expression. He calls the boy a fool and asks if he's learned anything from all these beatings. The master looms over him, casting a long shadow. He tells Yuta that whether he can swing a sword or not is completely irrelevant to what they're doing here. The real goal is to figure out how to block Asura's fist by any means necessary. It's about finding a way to actually win the match, not just going through the motions. He lectures that without that level of desperate resolve, Yuta is just going to keep flying into the dirt. Every single time, he'll be sent packing by a single strike. Yuta stands up slowly, staring back at the legendary warrior. He asks if that means he should be approaching every session like he's prepared to die. A bead of sweat rolls down Yuta's face as the weight of the task sinks in. He needs the resolve to actually cut his master down if he wants to survive. Asura's face twists into a wide, challenging grin. He tells the brat that he's finally got the right idea. Yuta's hand trembles as he regrips his sword hilt. He tells Asura not to take those words back once things get messy. He charges again, but this time his eyes are sharper. He's not just attacking, he's watching for the master's reaction. Yuta realizes that in all their sessions so far, Asura has never been the one to strike first. He always waits for the student to make the first move. Usually, Asura was just going easy on him because of the massive gap in power. He'd wait for the perfect moment to counter before Yuta could even finish a swing. The master's fist would fly forward at incredible speed just as the sword was about to move. It was a predictable but unavoidable pattern that kept Yuta grounded. If that's the case, Yuta decides to change the script. He prepares a strike, but he's already planning his next move. He throws out a big, telegraphed swing. Asura's arm immediately shoots out to intercept, exactly like all the times before. Yuta's plan is to feign the attack to draw out the master's punch. Once the opening appears, he'll evade and strike from a different angle. He screams that now is his chance. He puts everything into the feint, hopping to catch the Fist King off balance. But even with the improved timing, Asura is just too fast. A heavy fist slams right into Yuta's face before he can even think about dodging. The little elf Nova watches from a distance and shrieks in horror. She can't believe Yuta just took another direct hit like that. Asura looks down at the fallen boy and scoffs at the clumsy trick. He warns him about getting too cocky, but admits it wasn't a total disaster. Yuta lies there with a bloodied nose, looking completely spent. Asura tells him to try preparing a more convincing attack for their next session. Later that night, the two of them sit by a small campfire in the middle of the dark forest. The stars are out, and the air is finally still. Kalina uses a small brush to apply a yellow healing salve to the cuts on Yuta's back. He winces and groans as the medicine stings the wounds. She tells him it's a relief that he wasn't more seriously hurt. These injuries are nothing a good night's rest can't fix before tomorrow's hell begins again. Kalina closes her eyes and smiles gently, telling him he'll be fine as long as he keeps training hard. She seems completely unfazed by the brutal routine. Yuta just gives a weak, exhausted laugh. He's not exactly looking forward to another day of being used as a punching bag. He looks at Kalina and admits that she seems capable of doing anything. She's mastered swordsmanship, firearms, and even these healing arts. Kalina looks at him with those green eyes, listening quietly. Yuta says that if he were more like her, he wouldn't feel so pathetically weak. He asks her what he has to do to finally grasp his own strength. He wants to reach the level where he can actually stand alongside her, or Assura. Yuta's expression turns serious as he stares into the fire. He needs to be strong enough to destroy the tower on his own, without relying on any system stats. Kalina looks away for a second, a small smile playing on her lips. She reveals that at first she couldn't even handle a single longsword properly. She sits with her knees pulled to her chest, looking into the flames. She explains that she actually had zero talent for any weapon when she started. Yuta looks at her in disbelief, his mouth slightly open. He can't wrap his head around the idea of her being exiled from her own village. She tells him she doesn't know what his world was like, but where she comes from, people only cared about the talent you were born with. Silhouettes of warriors loom behind her as she talks about the past. Most people were judged solely on their innate abilities, and those without them were tossed aside. Kalina explains that in her village, everyone was expected to choose a signature weapon before they even reached adulthood. Those who didn't show immediate talent were often looked down upon. She looks badass in her gear, wielding a weapon that her villagers couldn't even fathom. Her multi-weapon style was a direct rebellion against their rigid traditions. Back at the campsite, she tells Kim Yuta that even being exiled didn't break her spirit. She refused to give up on her dream of becoming a warrior. She shows him the variety of weapons she's mastered over the years through sheer stubbornness. Recognition was the only goal she had left. She spent years hunting her skills with every blade, bow, and blunt object she could find. It was a long, lonely road to becoming more than just an exile. Eventually, her relentless effort paid off, and she earned the title of a legendary weapon master. She proved that talent isn't everything. Kim Yuta is visibly impressed by her story. He admits that her level of dedication is truly something to behold. Kalina gives him a knowing look, telling him not to be discouraged by his current state. Everyone starts somewhere, usually at the bottom. Under the moonlight, she encourages him to keep striving. The mark he leaves on the world depends entirely on his own perseverance. The next morning, a bright sun rises over the mountain peak, signaling the start of another brutal day. Asura is waiting for him as the new day begins. The master's special training isn't getting any easier, and Yuta knows what's coming. He throws himself into the practice, swinging his sword until his muscles scream. The cycle of training and failure repeats multiple times a day. Every session ends the same way, with Asura landing a heavy blow that knocks him out cold. It's a painful process, but it's the only way he knows. Despite the constant beatings, he can feel himself changing. The progress is slow, almost invisible, but it's definitely there. He focuses on the holy sword of Asterion, trying to tap into the energy within the blade. He's finally starting to grasp the basics of holy magic. The most important part is that he's doing this without relying on any system stats. He's building his own strength from the ground up. Sometime later, his movements are sharper and more deliberate. He's no longer just swinging blindly at a target he can't hit. He engages Asura once more, the sound of their clash echoing through the mountain air. This time, he doesn't immediately go down. Asura notes the boy's growth with a small smirk. He asks if this is really the limit of what Yuta can do. The master tells him that these trivial attacks won't even scratch him. He demands more intensity, more raw power. Yuta catches his breath, realizing he can finally keep up with some of Asura's basic moves. He's no longer just a spectator in his own fight. The real challenge is finding a way to actually hurt the man. He needs an attack that can bypass that monstrous defense. He grips the hilt of the holy sword, watching the magic flicker along the blade. He's never tried to use a full technique before, but now is the time. He pours all the magic he can gather into the tip of the sword. He concentrates every ounce of his will into a single, piercing point. A golden magic circle manifests around the sword as the energy reaches a fever pitch. The holy sword of Asterion is finally answering his call. He unleashes the holy pole flash in a massive burst of light and power. The explosion rips through the ground, creating a crater where he stands. As the dust settles, Asura stands perfectly still amidst the destruction. He looks completely unfazed by the blast. But as he looks closer, a tiny cut appears on his cheek. He touches the blood with a genuine smile, finding the whole situation quite amusing. He's actually impressed that the brat managed to draw blood. It's the first time anyone has touched him in a long time. Asura tells Yuta that with this level of power, he might actually stand a chance against the towers. He praises the boy's effort, declaring this part of the training over. Yuta looks exhausted but satisfied as the master officially completes his training. He's passed the first major hurdle of his journey. Now it's Kalina's turn to step up on the third day of her own training. She's deep in the forest, surrounded by swirling winds of energy. She moves through a series of complex sword forms, her blade cutting through the air with lethal precision. Her eyes are sharp and focused as she pushes her body to the limit. She knows she needs to grow even stronger to keep up. Her strikes are so powerful that the surrounding trees are sliced into segments by the sheer shockwaves. Massive logs tumble to the ground as she continues her relentless assault on the environment. She sheathes her weapon and sighs, feeling that her current level isn't enough. She's reaching a plateau that she can't seem to break. She wants to be strong enough to stand next to Asura, not just behind him. To do that, she has to find a way to surpass her current limits. Heavy footsteps approach as she stands among the ruins of the trees. A familiar voice comments on her decent swordsmanship. Asura walks up with a simple wooden branch resting on his shoulders. He notes that she's already doing better than Yuta was at this stage. But he's quick to point out that cutting trees is just child's play. It's not enough to be called a true expert in his eyes. He grips the flimsy branch, and suddenly it's enveloped in a fierce, flaming aura. He prepares to show her what a real expert can do. Asura swings a simple wooden branch with such force that a massive boulder shatters into countless fragments. The impact sends shockwaves and debris flying through the air. He looks back at Kalina with a calm, focused expression. He tells her that a true expert should be able to perform such a feat even with something as flimsy as a branch. Kalina stands her ground and requests a sparring match, hoping to receive the same intensive training that Kim Yuta underwent. Her eyes are filled with determination, as she explains that she needs to face an opponent much stronger than herself to break through her current limitations. Asura scoffs at her request, calling it foolish. He makes it clear that a mere sparring match isn't what she truly needs at this stage of her development. In a close-up of his stern face, he explains that she shouldn't be relying on external tools or specific techniques. Instead, she needs to cultivate her own inherent physical and spiritual strength. He tosses a spare wooden branch toward her feet, the light thud echoing in the quiet clearing. He challenges her to replicate his feat and break the boulder using only that branch. With a confident smirk, he adds that they will only discuss a sparring match once she has successfully completed this seemingly impossible task. The fourth day of training arrives, and the massive boulder remains untouched in the center of the clearing under the bright morning sun. Kalina puts all of her effort into a heavy swing, the wooden branch whistling through the air as she strikes the stone with everything she has. The branch vibrates violently upon impact, almost spinning out of her hands as the shock travels through her arms. She stands before the unyielding rock, her shoulders slumped and her breath coming in ragged gasps. The branch lies on the grass, proving that brute force alone is not the answer. Sweat pours down her face as she leans forward, struggling to recover from the exhaustion of her repeated, failed attempts. From a safe distance, Kim, Yuta, and Nova watch the scene unfold. Yuta remarks on how Kalina is pushing herself to the absolute limit without taking a single moment to rest. He voices his concern to the small, fairy-like guide, worrying that she might actually collapse from overworking if she continues at this pace. He watches her with a troubled expression, thinking that even special training requires some level of rest to be effective. Lucy, referred to as Nova, looks at him and points out a fundamental difference in their situations. Unlike Yuta and Asura, Kalina is the only one in their group who still operates within the stat system. An image of Kalina swinging her branch appears, overlaid with the restrictive aura of the system. Nova explains that as long as her stats are fixed, she will always hit a wall that hard work alone cannot surpass. Yuta's eyes widen as he realizes the gravity of her situation. He understands now that the system's power is actually acting as a seal on Kalina's potential growth. He sits on the grass and asks Nova if the solution is simply for Asura to break her status window, just as he did for Yuta. He looks toward the training area, thinking that if the status window is the problem, then removing it should be the logical next step. Nova places a hand on her chin, her expression turning serious. She warns him that breaking a status window recklessly is an incredibly dangerous gamble. She explains that for a player, the status window is directly tethered to their very life force. If the window is destroyed, their life force could plummet to zero instantly. Yuta is visibly shaken by this revelation. The thought of Kalina losing her life because of a training error fills him with dread. He gestures toward himself and Nova, questioning the logic behind her warning. If that were true, they should have both vanished the moment their own status windows were destroyed. He brings up the memory of Lee Chanwoo, the antagonist who disappeared completely when his system connection was severed. Nova floats in the air, admitting that she doesn't have a perfect explanation for why they survived while others did not. She emphasizes that the most important takeaway is that simply breaking the status window isn't the correct path for Kalina to reach the next level. In a close-up, she states that Asura is likely already aware of these risks and the limitations of such an approach. As Kalina continues her grueling practice in the background, Nova says that the key to overcoming her limits is a truth that Kalina must discover on her own. By the 5th day of training, the toll on Kalina's body is evident. She stands in the clearing, her breathing heavy and labored as she stares at the rock. She delivers another strike, her body twisting with the effort, but the boulder remains as solid and unmoving as ever. She swings again and again, a faint pink energy flickering around the tip of the branch as she attempts to force a result. The ground around the boulder is littered with broken twigs and shattered branches, a testament to the thousands of times she has tried and failed. She pauses to catch her breath, her face flushed and glistening with sweat. She mutters to herself, wondering how it's even physically possible to break a boulder with such a weak tool. She looks at the rock from behind, her long blonde hair damp against her cloak. Despite her tireless effort, she hasn't been able to leave even a single scratch on the stone's surface. She stands tall and takes a deep breath, trying to clear her mind and analyze the problem from a different angle. She focuses on the memory of Asura's effortless display of power. A look of realization crosses her face as she questions her own assumptions. She begins to doubt if it was truly just raw physical strength that did the job. She looks down at the branch in her hand, considering the laws of physics. If it were just a matter of force, the result should have been different. She realizes that if Asura had relied solely on physical power, the branch itself would have been the first thing to shatter upon impact with the hard rock. A close-up of a branch shows it being infused with a high-density, crackling energy. Kalina deduces that his branch must have become as hard as steel in that moment. She grips her own branch tightly, understanding the secret at last. It wasn't about the strength of her muscles, but about using her own specialized energy to reinforce and harden the branch itself. A heavy boot treads firmly onto the grass, the sound of the step muffled by the lush greenery. The training has reached a turning point where mere physical strength is no longer the primary focus. Kalina launches herself through the air, diving toward her target with a single-minded intensity. To shatter the massive obstacle before her, she must move beyond conventional limits. The branch strikes the boulder with a thunderous impact, erupting in a violent burst of pink energy and stone shards. In this moment, the fragile wood has become as unyielding as tempered steel. Asura makes his way through the forest, the distant sound of the explosion echoing through the trees. He walks with a calm, steady pace toward the source of the disturbance. He steps into the clearing, his dark boots coming to a halt on the dust-covered ground. The air is still thick with the scent of pulverized stone and lingering energy. Asura stands with his wooden branch resting across his shoulders, observing the scene with a satisfied look. He notes that Kalina has finally achieved a profound level of enlightenment in her training. From his vantage point, he watches her standing before the remnants of the boulder. He admits that her current skill level has officially elevated her to the rank of a true expert. A wide, predatory grin spreads across Asura's face as he challenges her next move. He offers to fulfill her earlier request if she still desires to test her newfound power. Kalina looks back over her shoulder, her green eyes sharp and focused. Asura proposes a final sparring match between them to conclude her special training. Her gloved hand tightens its grip on the wooden branch, the rough surface digging into her palm. She begins to pull the makeshift weapon back, preparing for a sudden strike. With a sudden burst of speed, Kalina lunges toward Assura, leaving a trail of dust and motion in her wake. He watches her approach from his position, unmoving and expectant. The two warriors move in a blinding blur of action, their relative positions shifting in an instant. The force of their momentum carves a wide arc through the air as they pass one another. Assura looks down at the wooden branch in his hand, noticing a jagged crack forming near the tip. The impact of their brief exchange has left a clear mark on his own weapon. He stands alone in the center of the clearing, the broken half of his branch falling to the ground. Kalina has already come to a stop several paces behind him, her back turned to her master. She stands tall, her blonde hair catching the light as she addresses him without looking back. She declares that the sparring match he offered is no longer a necessity for her. Enveloped in a brilliant, flickering cyan aura, Kalina turns slightly while holding her reinforced branch. She confidently states that she has already surpassed her previous limits on her own, revealing a new technique, Vajra weaponization.